drilled into racial data with regard to redistricting.
How many hours of testimony did y'all hear? I tuned in for most of everything, but how many hours of testimony did come out to for the Senate hearings for redistricting?
That's a good question. I can tell you that when we did the South, well, actually, I don't know the number of hours. I can tell you, for example, that when we did South and Central Texas, which also included Bexar County and Travis County, and the RGV, we had 112 people registered to testify, 48 testified. We had 778 click into live stream and view it. I can go through that type of data, but I actually have to ask my staff. I can't remember how many hours we were in.
Hours and hours, though.
Yeah, but it was long hearings, yes.
Yeah, we had hundreds of people show up.
Can't get through, like in that day, that hearing, 48 testifying without it taking some time.
Did any of those commenters mention any racial data? Were there demographers? Did racial data come up in those hearings?
At a couple of the hearings, like NAACP or some of the other interest groups who testified, and some of the congressional members who testified, gave reference to, I wouldn't call it racial data as much as general statements with regarding to communities and of interest and groups of interest.
Okay. I just have a really hard time understanding how there's no regard to race at all when we heard hours and hours and hours of testimony, a lot of it focusing on race. You're very aware of some of the racial demographics of the state, even just from a top of your mind kind of place.
Well, but
so can you really say?
You got to understand, if someone stands up, as we've heard testimony today, and someone referred to a protected district. Well, every district is protected by the VRA, and if you had someone testify from maybe Malda for Malk, and obviously they're speaking some of the same that some of the other questions have been today. Are you aware that the Hispanic population has increased X amount in Texas or X amount in South Texas? And yes, obviously we heard things like that, and those are very general statements. But as far as drilling into the racial data to the extent that you would have to draw a map based upon racial criteria, I haven't looked at any of that.
And does your office have access to demographers and that sort of thing if you?
Well, I know Red Apple has that, but I haven't cranked up Red Apple myself throughout this whole process.
And we don't know who did for this.
Well, I understand there's another program out there that most people are using now, other than Red Apple. But I know there are programs that people have access to that incorporate all types of data. And I guess anybody drawing a map could review that and use that, but I didn't.
Okay. Okay, I'm kind of just trying to figure out how this DOJ letter fits in. My district's been highly concerned about it, as you can imagine. Are you aware of any additional DOJ communications to the state of Texas through the governor's office, AG's office, or otherwise regarding the unlawfulness or the claimed unlawfulness of the current congressional map?
All I know is that with regard to the DOJ letter, I know that the Attorney General filed a direct response to it with the author of the letter, disagreeing with the findings in the letter. I know that the Attorney General's litigation team in the 3-judge federal panel, I know that they filed a response with the court, and I believe the court issued a response. I think there had been a response filed by the plaintiffs, if I remember, that asked for testimony to be reopened and some things of that nature in response to the letter. The AG's office filed a response to that motion. My understanding is that the court denied the motion to reopen at this time. The governor, I guess, responded. I'm not aware of any direct response by him. It wasn't addressed to the legislature. I really haven't given it any consideration. At the request of the Democrat caucus chair, and we did issue an invitation, and I think Senator Miles and Hinojosa as well, we did offer an invitation to the author of that letter to come and address the committee, but we have not had any response to that letter.
And are you aware if the DOJ has threatened any enforcement proceeding or action since the initial letter to Governor Abbott?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know who decided that there should be changes made from the committee? I know you kind of talked about this, but I just want to ask it directly. Do you know who decided that there should be changes made from the committee version of this bill?
Say that one more time.
Or the changes, I guess, from to the committee substitute?
So do I know, make sure I understand the question correctly. Do I know whose decision it was to make the changes in HB 4 that was originally filed in the House committee in this special session, the changes that were made when they laid it out in committee, the main changes being 16, 9, and Navarro County? I don't know whose idea that was.
Do you know who, anyone who proposed any changes throughout this process? Do you know anybody who had input? I know we don't know who drew it. You don't know who made those changes. Are you aware of anyone who participated?
I don't have
in those.
I don't know the mechanics of how all that came together. I presume that their legal counsel for the House was heavily involved in that, but I haven't talked to them and I haven't asked that question.
Okay. Have you had any communication with Hunter at all, with Representative Hunter?
Not about those changes, no. I don't think we've talked since then. I called him the weekend before just to say, when are you having a hearing, and what are the plans, just kind of make sure we were coordinating things. And he didn't mention anything in that call about any changes. And I want to say that was the Saturday before the Monday that they laid it out.
Mm-hmm.
And we have not spoken since then.
Okay. And then you just adopted the same map. You did not have any hand in.
No, before I agreed to anything, because we had filed the companion as SB4. And before I agreed to pick that up as the modified version, I again asked our lawyers to look it over, and before I even looked at it, and make sure it was in compliance and still performed from a partisan perspective.
Right. When did you find out that Hunter was making changes, or that changes were going to happen?
I found out Monday. I found out Monday.
When the public found out too, in committee?
Yes, as far as I know. Maybe a little bit before it was laid out. I think it was before the committee hearing. I don't remember what time they had the committee hearing, but wow, maybe early afternoon, Monday, something like that.
And have you consulted with the speaker, the governor, lieutenant governor, or AG at any point during these special sessions about the map, the legislative process for considering them, or the characteristics of the maps?
Speaker, no. The governor, no. Lieutenant governor, yes, about the process.
Okay. And just about the process, those were not conversations about the characteristics of the maps at all?
Well, we haven't sat down and gone over a map, but he's in his role as the president of the Senate, and my role as a committee chair that he appointed to that position, we've had the same type of reaction that I would characterize as normal and standard between the lieutenant governor and any committee chair on issues that are prominent at the time.
Okay, and in your opinion, is this typically how this goes? You've been through a few of these, or
Yeah, this seems like a very typical redistricting process to me. Yeah,
Okay.
I was through it in, I guess, first one was 2001, and then 2003, and then another, and then we've had a series of them, both interim and decennial census since then. So this seems pretty normal.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Motion.
Members, the following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, pursuant to Senate Rule 7.12A, the printing rule, I move that the Senate order HB 4 not printed. Motion by King.
Members, is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Members, there is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Would you say, Madam Secretary, would you read that motion again?
Madam Secretary, please read the motion again for Senator Gutierrez. Madam Secretary, read the motion again.
Mr. President, motion in writing. Mr. President, pursuant to Senate Rule 7.12A, the printing rule, I move that the Senate order HB 4 not printed. Motion by King.
Senator Gutierrez, state your inquiry.
I apologize. Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry. Mr. President, how many votes do we need to suspend the rules?
To order the bill not printed is a 5/9 threshold.
I'll ask for strict enforcement, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hinojosa Nueces, Hinojosa Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Perry, Schwartner, Sparks, West, oh, yeah, that's right, we've got Alvarado. Alvarado. Middleton. Middleton. Perry. Perry. Alvarado.
Hold, Senator. Continue the vote, Senator, Secretary.
Alvarado. Oh, yes.
Members, there being 16 ayes and 10 nays, the motion is adopted. Senator Gutierrez, for your parliamentary motion. Or parliamentary inquiry. You need to go to the microphone to place it on the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Was it 5/9 of members present?
That is the standard, and then it passed 16 to 10.
Can someone do the fraction on that? I didn't do so well in math. 16.6, and so we had 16. So 16.6 is the actual number. I wonder, do we need 17, Mr. President?
26 members.
Well, 16.6 sure as hell isn't 16.
There are 26 members voting. 5/9 equals 15. 16 votes were cast in favor. Therefore, it passes the 5/9 threshold.
I would just say, Senator, I would refer you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator, I would refer you to the Green Book, Senator, that gives you the thresholds.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome, Senator. Okay. Okay. Members will continue with questions on the bill. Senator West, for what purpose?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Questions of the author?
Do you yield, Senator King?
I do.
You recognize Senator West.
Senator King,
Senator West.
how are you doing today, sir?
Very good.
You know, before I get into questions, I just want to talk a little bit about your background. Correct me if I'm wrong about this. You are an attorney.
Yes,
You've served as Justice of the Peace.
I did.
You are a former police officer,
Yes, sir.
and you were a police officer for how long?
I was with Fort Worth full-time for about 15 years.
And you achieved the rank of, you achieved the rank of what at the police department?
Captain.
Captain. And just as importantly, you spent a significant part of your time in the African-American community of Fort Worth. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you do in that community, sir?
Well, in the sense of, I kind of grew up in the next door to that area.
Right. And you had,
I went to Eastern, if you know the area, I went to Eastern Hills High School, grew up in Handley. First house Terry and I bought when we married was in Handley.
but would it be a fair statement to say, sir, that you are very familiar with the African-American community?
You know, I'm sure there's a tremendous amount about the African American community that I do not know.
Okay, would it be a fair statement to say that you know about the African American community then?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that? I
Would it
couldn't
be a
hear.
fair statement to say that you know some things about the African American community?
Well, I know I have friends, good friends that are African American.
So it would be a fair statement then. So it would be a fair statement then, right?
I don't know what your measuring stick is there.
Well, I'm just saying, is it a fair statement that you know something about the African American community? That's a yes or no answer.
The best answer I can give you is I do my best to represent my district. I do not know everything about the African American community.
You've already said that.
But I
you know
was
some things about that.
I served as a police officer in that district almost all those years.
Did you ever go to any of the churches in the African American community?
Interacted with a lot of pastors. I had African Americans in churches I attended.
Did you ever go to any churches in the African American community that you represented as a police officer? Well, hold on. How do you find communities of interest?
I think it's a very broad term that is really in the eye of the beholder. I think it can be everything from a economic district to a transportation district to a water district to a old historic community to a church group, for that matter.
For purposes of redistricting, how do you define communities of interest?
Well, I think I just did in part. It can also be school districts and counties and cities and portions of cities. It can be a river basin district. We've talked a lot about the flood areas this time. Those flood regions can be a community of interest.
Would you agree with me that there can be rural communities of interest and urban communities of interest?
And suburban.
I'm sorry?
And suburban.
And suburban. So you would agree with me then?
Yes.
Now, are urban communities of interest the same as rural communities of interest?
Well, I would say that they have overlapping interests,
At such
but
as?
they may not be identical.
Would you agree with me that urban communities of interest have little or no real commonality with the rural communities of interest?
No, not at all.
All right. Let's talk about this legislature. Let's talk about health care. Would you agree with me that over the years that you've been here as a part of this body, that we've had issues with having rural hospitals, funding rural hospitals?
Yes, that is a continual concern.
And that's a rural issue, is it not?
It is one rural issue, yes.
Okay, we're going to get down to others too. Okay, but that is a rural interest.
It can be in some areas for sure.
I mean, in the state of Texas, it is an issue that we've grappled with here in this legislative body, correct?
It is in some rural areas, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so we're talking about healthcare as a community of interest matter. Okay, so as it relates to having hospitals in urban areas, do we have the same issue in terms of funding hospitals or closing of hospitals in rural area, in urban areas that they have in rural areas?
Well, I guess you'd have to define urban area. I had one close in Bridgeport in the downtown area a few years ago.
Let me be more specific then. In Congressional District 33, as it's right now composed, do we have any urban hospitals in Congressional District 33?
I do not know the answer to that.
Do you represent Fort Worth?
I represent parts of Fort Worth.
Do you represent the Stop 6 area?
I do have Stop 6.
Do you represent John Peter Smith Hospital?
I do.
Where's John Peter Smith Hospital located?
1500 South Main.
Is what congressional district?
I think that's going to be, okay, let me think through it. It's Ramon Romero's House District. It's my Senate District. And it's probably was Kay Granger's, I think. So it would probably be Senate District 12 on our current map. Now
that's-
Craig Goldman, I guess.
So you said it's congressional district?
I think so. It's right on the border there, but I think it's in 12.
Is that in a rural or urban area?
Oh, that's an urban area.
Has that hospital been faced with being shut down?
Well, it's a county hospital, so I don't think it's ever going to be shut down, but it does have, always has financial struggles. Now, I guess it was St. Joe's that's right across the street from
I'm not
it. I
talking
think
about
at
St. Joe's. I'm
1400
talking
South Main
about,
that
I'm talking
did-
about
Let me finish.
John Peter Smith.
I am, but I'm just saying it was, if I recall correctly, St. Joe's, which I think is 1400 South Main, that did close some years ago.
So let me go back to John Peter Smith. John Peter Smith has not had the same issues of closing down that rural communities have, hospitals have. Isn't that correct?
It has not closed down, that is correct.
Okay. So continuing with the communities of interest, and I'm not going to go too far down this road, as it relates to schools, do we have the same issues in rural communities with our schools as we have in our urban communities? And if so, what are they?
What are some of the same issues?
Yes.
Well, the same issues are making sure that you have a good quality of education, dealing with the curriculums, the funding formulas, the security is a common issue, attracting teachers, retaining staff, training of teachers, disciplinary actions within the schools. Those are all.
You hit the nail on the head, okay? Hit the nail on the head, because I wanted to focus specifically on teachers. Now, you've been here several sessions. Has there not been a determination by this body that rural communities were having problems getting teachers in their communities? Has there not been a problem with that?
More so, I would say that they've had difficulty paying their teachers at a competitive wage.
That's
to
exactly right,
attract
and that's
them.
why they've been having problems attracting teachers to rural communities. Did we not, as a legislative body, in the Finance Committee, the Education Committee, say that we needed to do something for rural communities in order for them to be able to attract and pay teachers? Did we not make a difference between teachers in urban communities and rural communities?
So I don't believe we framed it as rural and urban. We framed it as small districts and large districts.
Okay.
And the pay incentive differential was based on the size of the district,
Okay, then
student body population.
let's go down that rabbit trail. Would you agree with me that the smaller districts are, for the most part in the state of Texas, located in rural communities?
Well, a lot of them are, yes, absolutely.
That the majority of
Like
them are.
Crowley and, well, some of the ones in my district are just barely, yes, as a general rule, that is a correct statement.
Thank you very much. So that's a difference between communities, urban communities and rural communities. That's another difference. And I can go on and on down there, but you didn't take into consideration communities of interest and the differences between them in approving this map or getting the committee to approve the map for our consideration, did you?
I would say that as a traditional redistricting criteria, that this bill does not violate any legal standards with regard to any criteria that would be, I'm not saying that very well, let me start over.
No, you're not. Start over. on
Okay,
that
let
one.
me say it over. So I'll go back to what I have taken into consideration for this map is that number one, it be legal. Number two, it perform better politically, and that it enhance compactness.
So that's the answer to my question about you taking into consideration communities of interest? If it is, it is. I just want to make sure it's on the record.
I think I think communities of interest, again, are in the eye of the beholder. And I think that you've named a few, but I think that it is only one of many considerations that are used to support a redistricting map.
Okay, so the answer to my question is you took into consideration communities of interest?
Generally, yes.
Generally?
Yes, I mean, I think one of the things we've done in this is tried to do what Senator Blanco had asked for and move Fort Bliss, which had traditionally been in CD 16 because it's an economic part of the city of El Paso, more so than San Antonio, and we moved it into its historic community of interest, which is the El Paso area. And we did the same thing in trying to recombine Navarro County, which was split for Senator Hall. So yes, I would say it has been of consideration.
And those are the two areas that it was considered. Is that correct?
Off the top of my head, yes.
Let's talk about Congressional District 33 as it currently exists. Who's the congressperson there right now?
Hey, just a second, let me get out my.
Is that Mark Vesey?
Mark Vesey, yes.
Okay. How long has Mark Vesey been the congressperson there?
Oh, I'd say at least maybe 12, 14 years.
Somewhere off in there, I think so. And that's been an African-American performing district, has it not?
I haven't looked at the racial data for that district.
Okay, but he's been there. Okay, so it could be a coalition district where African-Americans and Latinos have voted for him. It could be a district where African-Americans, Asians, Anglos, and Hispanics voted for him, correct? You wouldn't know because you hadn't taken into consideration race for any purpose in drafting this map. Is that correct?
Well, generally, yes, I have not taken racial data into consideration in drawing the map. I do know in District 33, there is a large African-American community. There is a significant Hispanic community. There's a big white community. I mean, I grew up in that community. I know that from that. I served as a police officer there. I was the commander of the police division over there, so I'm familiar with it. But I went to church there for a long time and got my hair cut there until my barber died a few years ago.
And I'm well aware.
But all that said,
you know I'm well aware of that haircut.
all that said, I have not looked at racial data with regard to Congressional District 33 or any other districts in the state of Texas.
All right, very good. You know who this guy is right here?
Yes, I do.
Who was that?
Was it Sidney Allen Johnston?
Right. Do you know whether he was a slave owner?
I'm somewhat familiar with Civil War history, yes.
Do you know whether or not he was a proponent of slavery?
It's my understanding that he was.
Okay. So is there discrimination in the state of Texas?
I think there's discrimination of all types everywhere in the world, and certainly in the United States.
So
But I
there
think
is
we've made a tremendous improvements in that, from my opinion.
All right. So, and I don't disagree with you there, the latter part, but you do agree that there's still discrimination in the state of Texas?
Sure, there is of many types.
Okay. So is there discrimination against ethnic minorities in the state of Texas? Come on.
Well, look, I think there's ethnic discrimination. I think there's religious discrimination. We are fallen people.
I'm only talking about ethnic minority discrimination.
I am highly confident you watch TV just as I do. You have people you know that are prejudiced just like I do. But I do not believe that is predominant
In the state of Texas. All right, let me ask this question. Are there issues that come to the legislative body, listen to this very closely, that minority legislators bring to this body and ask for support because we believe that it's in the best interest of our community? Are you familiar with any legislation that comes to the floor or to committees
I believe we all bring unique backgrounds to the floor experientially,
Okay.
and we exercise those, and we try to do it in the best interest of our constituency and of Texas.
So the answer to my question is, all of us bring those types of issues to this body? Is that what you said? That's the response, correct? I'm just trying to understand what your answer is, sir. That's all.
My response was that all of us bring different backgrounds and interests to this body. I think we all try to do the right thing. I think we all, I believe we all in this room are appalled at any level of racial, any level of ethnic, any level of religious prejudice.
So if indeed there's a track record of ethnic minorities in this body, the Senate, jointly bringing legislation to the floor that specifically impact communities that they represent that may very well be predominantly African American or Latino, that legislation is not given a hearing or voted down, is that an indication of discrimination?
You're going to have to be more specific. That's very much a hypothetical.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the hypothetical on the table right now, okay? But let's talk about case law that you considered, if any. My understanding that you depended upon a map. Well, let me back up. To my understanding, based on the arguments that have been made or the debate that's been had, is that you looked at legality, you looked at compactness, and what other factor did you look at?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
In terms of bringing this map to the floor, you took into consideration about 3 criteria: legality, compactness, and what else?
Partisan performance.
All right. Let's talk about that for a little bit. It would be a fair statement to say that the predominant factor that you took into consideration is partisan participation. That be fair? That was the dominant factor that you considered in.
No, the primary,
Okay.
the top consideration was that the map comply with the VRA and that it be legal in all other applicable regards. And then the secondary goal was to try to make it perform better for Republican congressional candidates.
That was the secondary goal. Okay. Now, you're telling the court, because this is going to court, that you made certain that you didn't look at specifically whether or not this was legal. You relied upon map drawers in order to tell you that. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Well, tell us what you did to make
Okay.
sure it was legal.
Can I finish the whole answer?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Some years back, I had to have some very sophisticated real estate work done. I'm an attorney, but I'm not a real estate attorney. So I went and hired, and unfortunately paid him a lot of money,
That wasn't my law firm.
to a very good real estate attorney. I probably should have gone to you, but I went to a very good real estate attorney. I am not a redistricting attorney, but my number one objective was to make sure that we passed a map that was legal. So we did a nationwide search and tried to find a firm that had substantial redistricting experience. We did, Baker Hostetler. They have decades of experience in it, great references. And after interviewing them along with other firms, I hired them because I believed it was a firm in which I could have confidence that if they studied this, they did the proper analysis, that they could bring a conclusion to me of whether or not any map I was considering met legal standards, legal requirements. I have asked them to scrub HB4, that's before us today, and they have told me that in their opinion, in which I have a complete confidence, that it meets all legal requirements. And that's what I'm basing my conclusion on, that this is a legal map.
So you're basing it on a legal opinion, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Have you had legal opinions?
because I'm not qualified to make an
I finish?
opinion.
Can I finish? Thank you. And you would agree with me that all legal opinions aren't correct. You would agree with that, would you not?
Yes, there are legal opinions made that are not correct.
All right, thank you. Now, what's circumstantial evidence? What does that mean?
You know, I'm sorry, Senator, I'm just not going to get into a debate with you on legal terms and definitions.
Okay, fine. But you know what circumstantial evidence is?
Yes.
Okay, now, isn't it strange that the Department of Justice letter addressed to the governor, the Attorney General, was on July the 7th, 2025, and then we have a special session where the governor, is one of the items that he puts on the call is redistricting. Do you find that to be just a matter of coincidence? Strange?
The coincidence being that the governor put redistricting on the call after having received a letter.
Right.
I haven't had any conversations with the governor. I don't know what his motivation was. I don't know if he had decided to do that before or after he received the letter. I just know that he placed redistricting on the call.
Okay. Isn't it strange that Donald Trump asked for 11,000? No, that wasn't. He asked for 5 additional seats, Republican seats, here in the state of Texas before the letter went out. Isn't that strange? And then the letter goes out, this letter, and then our governor puts on redistricting on the special session call, redistricting. You don't find that to be a coincidence?
I don't find it to be relevant to HB4 that's before us
I didn't ask you
today.
whether or not it was relevant. I just asked you whether you thought it was a coincidence.
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You have no opinion, in other words, correct? All right.
Well, my opinion wouldn't matter.
It matters to me. So, since it matters to me, what is your opinion?
I don't have an opinion.
You just said you had one. But anyway, we'll go on. When you look at some of the case law, and you said you're not getting into the case law. I understand that. But let me ask you, we talked about discriminatory effects. Tell us whether or not there was any analysis by the top-notch lawyers as it relates to discriminatory effects of this particular map.
My instructions to them were that they be exceptionally thorough in scrubbing this map to determine if it in any way violated law. Obviously, discriminatory impact effect are part, the VRA is there to protect against such things, right? And I am very confident that they did a very thorough analysis, and their report to me, and I have confidence in that analysis, is that this map complies with all applicable law.
And the fact of the matter is that you hired them as an attorney, is that correct?
Sorry?
You hired them as attorneys.
Yes, because I'm not qualified to make those determinations.
Sure. So any conversations between you and them would be privileged, correct?
Yes.
So they wouldn't be able to testify in terms of what they actually did in terms of developing these maps, correct?
That's probably correct, yes.
That's probably correct.
Well, Under a general rule of privilege, yes, it would be.
So then the reality is that you're assuming that they did a discriminatory effect analysis, correct?
I'm confident that they did all analysis as necessary as extremely experienced redistricting attorneys to decide if this map meets legal requirements.
Let me ask you this question. You're familiar with the Texas Legislative Council's guidance and redistricting rules, are you not?
It's been a while since I've read that publication, but yes,
You consider the Texas Legislative Council to be an authority on redistricting?
not particularly.
Why?
Well, I'm not saying they have a lot of functions. I say they have a working knowledge of it. They obviously put out that publication. They help draw amendments for parties. They help draw maps for members. Whether they're an expert or not, I don't know.
Have you ever utilized their services?
Yes, I've had them draw amendments in the past, and
And you've had them also help you draw maps, is that correct?
not in a long time.
No. I'm not in a long, all right, define long time.
20 years?
Been 20 years since you've utilized their services.
Well, since I actually sat down and said, I would like, I'm not actually sure I've ever had them draw a map, because when I was filing a bill that was a full map before, I had used somebody independent to help me. And then we submitted that to Ledge Counsel, and they did whatever they do to get it in the right digital form.
Are you aware of any instance where the legislature has deviated from the Texas Legislative Council's guidance during the redistricting cycle?
Say that again.
Are you aware of any instances where the legislature deviated from the Texas Legislative Council's guidance during the redistricting cycle? Are you aware?
Not specifically, not that I can recall.
Do you agree that the rules and legal landscape for this special redistricting cycle were different from previous cycles?
No.
Do not agree. So if there's evidence that there is some differences, you have no knowledge of what those differences are, correct?
And I'm sorry, Senator, I'm not trying to resist. I'm just not sure I really understand your question. So do I think there's been differences? Can you say that again?
And I'm sorry, there may very well have been the way that I asked the question. Let me just ask the 4 or 5 questions. You know about the Texas Legislative Council to be an authority on redistricting. Your answer to that question is?
I believe they have attorneys over there that have a working knowledge of redistricting.
Do you believe their guidance should be followed during the redistricting process?
I don't think we're under any obligation to follow their guidance.
I didn't say whether, do you believe it should be followed? No is the answer to that question?
I do not have any attorney-client relationship with them. Personally, I only follow legal advice of someone I have an attorney-client relationship with.
So again, the answer to the question would be no. Are you aware of any instances where the legislature has deviated from the Texas Legislative Council's guidance during the redistricting cycle? You're not aware of it?
I have no knowledge either way.
Okay. And do you agree that the rules and legal landscape for this special redistricting cycle were different from previous cycles to the extent that in previous cycles we utilized the council?
I don't have any knowledge of that either way.
But to the extent that we utilized them in previous councils, previous redistricting cycles, it would be different. Because
Again, I just have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay, but to the extent, comma, okay, we utilized them in previous redistricting cycles. You didn't utilize them this time around, correct?
I know they had to take this map at some point and put it into Ledge Council format and drafting the bill off of that. But if that's what you're referring to, that's, to my knowledge, that's the only input they've had, at least with me, in this process.
Okay. Now, a few more questions. You didn't consider race. Secondarily, you wanted to make certain that Republicans got an additional advantage in the state of Texas, regardless of the impact that it had on other communities. Now,
I haven't said that. I'm sorry.
oh, you didn't say that. I'm saying that.
Okay.
Would you agree with me that most ethnic minorities in the state of Texas voted for Kamala Harris for president of the United States?
I don't know if that's, I just don't have any, you're asking me in a setting like this to give answers that I have knowledge that I can back up. From an anecdotal statement, I suppose that's true. I'm sure I've heard that in the media and other places, but I haven't looked at who people voted for relative to their race.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. But to the extent that I've looked at it and others have looked at it, you would not be surprised that most ethnic minorities in the state of Texas voted for Kamala Harris as the president of the United States and voted for Trump as president of the United States. Obviously, those are the only two choices they had.
If you say that's correct, I'll take your word.
All right, thank you. Would you also agree with me that when you begin to look at the secondary aspect of your goals in terms of getting more Republican seats, that those persons in the districts that are in this DOJ letter and others have been cracked out of their districts and communities of interest into Republican districts? Did you know that?
I have specifically asked my legal counsel if anything in HB4 was the product of packing or cracking a minority district, and I have been told that it is not.
Okay, so if for some reason, so you've been told that, have you looked at it?
I have not.
Okay, so if you hadn't looked at it, then you're telling us that you have depended 100% on what people have told you, as opposed to listening to what they've said and then going back and verifying yourself. I think it was Ronald Reagan says, trust but verify. You didn't verify that?
Just like you, I am not qualified to make a jingles analysis.
I didn't ask you whether you was qualified to make a jingles analysis.
It's exactly what you asked me.
No. Let's not get off on that.
Don't put words in my mouth.
I'm not trying to. I'm just asking you to answer the question. Did you go back and verify?
I have the highest level of confidence in the counsel that we've engaged. And I also am aware that the House counsel, who have extreme experience in redistricting, they came to the same conclusion.
Let me ask the question one more time. Did you go back and verify anything that your high dollar lawyers told you about the legality of this map, specifically whether or not minority communities were cracked?
Neither I or you or anybody in this room is qualified to do the type of analysis that it takes to determine packing or cracking relative to a redistricting map.
How do you know that? That we're not qualified?
Because I know all of you. Nothing personal, but I mean, it takes a lot of experience, a statistical and legal background in that. And unless I'm wrong, none of us have that.
So, and how many redistricting chairmanships, both the House and the Senate, have you occupied?
One in the House and one in the Senate.
How many redistricting committees have you been on in both the House and the Senate?
Well, I guess, I don't know, 2 or 3 times in the House.
2 or 3 times?
Yeah, I kept getting busted when we'd have different speakers, but so I guess 2 times in the House and then this turn in the Senate.
So you have working knowledge of the concepts of redistricting.
The concepts, yes.
But you have no working knowledge of how the concepts actually should be applied.
I don't have the expertise to do a jingles and similar type analysis.
Let me go back. So you have no expertise and you did not do any analysis on packing and cracking, correct? You depended upon the opinion that you received or opinions that you received, correct?
I relied upon the expert opinion of my counsel.
So therefore, if their opinion is wrong, then as it relates to cracking and packing, then this map should fail, should it not?
If their opinion was wrong, I know there's going to be lawsuits filed. They're already being filed. Then that's a process that they're going to go through in court to determine. But I have the highest confidence level that this map is legal. I don't know what else to say about it. I've asked and
Well, I got a
answered
couple-
this so many times.
Oh, okay, well, you go several more times, okay? Because again, this
But it's going to be the same
You know,
answer.
here's, that's fine, and it can be. I don't have a problem with that, but just like you have a right to sit up here and defend your map, I got a right to ask you questions about it because it impacts my community. In fact, I asked you about this man right here, a slave owner. Since the Civil War, African Americans have been able to work with different persons in the legislative body to get, and the courts, in order to get 4 African American representatives in Congress. What your map does is it reduces it to 2. That's what it does. I call that retrogression. That's what it does. And then when you begin to look at communities that have been discussed by Senator Zaffarini, Senator Hinojosa, and others, we say we have developed other Latino districts, which is a force. Because just as you said, that's kind of based on CVAP. That's what you said. And that is the least liable numbers to rely upon. So you put Hispanics in a position where a Republican can run in that particular district and win. You take away 2 African-American districts, one in Houston and one in your county, Dallas County. And you take, your consultants, take away population in Congressional 33 and put it in rural communities where they have no common interests at all. And for some reason, you can't see that. I thought specifically you'd see it in Tarrant County. There's no way in the world that people, hopefully one day it will be, there's no way in the world that people in 33, and I'm not in Tarrant County, a little bit, but not a lot. But when you look at 33, you've now taken 33 and frankly put people in different rural counties into that new district. And you're telling us that you didn't even look at it. You relied upon your consultants to tell you it was just okay. My friend, it's not just okay. Because again, African Americans finally got 4 congressional seats of people in Congress that vote on issues that's important to them and the state of Texas. They're losing 2 persons to do that now. And you may very well sit up and say that if this map stands, the new congresspersons whose districts they'll be in, representing less than 10% of their interests, will make certain that their issues as a community of interest are taken care of. But when you do an analysis of potential congresspersons that would represent them and look at their voting record, you'll see that that is not the case. But again, it's a legislative body, and we have to go through this. A couple of more questions. Voting blocks. What voting blocks do we have here in the state of Texas?
I'm sorry.
Voting blocks. Part of the jingle analysis is voting blocks, is it not?
I couldn't walk you through all the things that go into a jingle analysis. I can tell you, I can walk through what the court has said is involved in that, but I don't know the specifics.
So you're not familiar with what the definition is of a voting block? Come on now.
I'm trying to avoid getting into a detailed discussion about things that I don't have a lot of detailed knowledge in. I know what a census tract is. I don't exactly know how they're set up. I know what a voting precinct is. I understand generally how those are arranged, voting blocks, but I don't want to talk to you about things I don't have detailed knowledge about.
So you don't know anything about what a voting block is, correct?
Tell me what you mean when you say
No. I'm not going to tell you. I'm asking you to tell me. Do you know what a voting block is?
Well, I may if you'll tell me how you're defining it.
Let me ask you this. As it relates to precincts, should precincts be split as a part of this redistricting process if it results in cracking of districts?
You should never crack or pack districts.
So the answer to your question is that precincts, if indeed it results in cracking, that's an undesirable way to do redistricting, correct?
Well, precincts are split all over this state. It is unavoidable. Sometimes it simply just has to be done for rounding to get to your one person, one vote target.
If you saw an overwhelming of cracking in a particular district, would you find that to be suspect of cracking?
But HB 4 before us today does not do that.
And you're saying that based on what? What someone else told you?
Based on the expert counsel
So what someone
that
else
I'm
told you?
relying upon, and that I'm very confident if this goes to court, that will be proven to be true in court.
So it's based on what someone else told you, not based on verifying yourself.
Well, almost everything we do here is based on us relying on an expert in a field, whether that's telecommunications or electricity or real estate matters, whatever it is. We always find experts that we trust in and we rely upon them. And that's what I've done here, just like you've done on probably hundreds of bills that you've carried over the years.
So based on what someone else told you, not based on your personal verification. Thank you very much, sir.
Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Questions to the author?
Do you yield, Senator King?
Of course.
You recognize Senator Miles.
Thank you. Senator King, let me share this with you before I get started. I can't tell you how extremely poetically and politically painful it is to see you standing there in front of Barbara Jordan while we discuss Senate Bill 4 or House Bill 4. Senator King, I disagree with the first thing that you said when you got on the floor this morning, that this is not a courtroom. Because it is a courtroom. It's the people's courtroom. It's where they send us to pass policy, make laws, to protect the citizens of Texas. As my colleagues always say, this is Texas, and we're here to protect Texans. Unless for the last 27 years, it was black Texans or Hispanic Texans trying to vote. Senator King, you and I have been doing this now for almost a month. I don't think I have to explain where I stand, and I don't think I have to ask you where you stand, Senator King. This is it. There's no more committee hearings. It's just you and I out in the open, on the open floor, letting it all out for the people of Texas and the nation to see and hear. But I do have some questions that I don't think were adequately answered in committees, plus a few more that I think will shed some light on the whole rigged districting situation. So I would appreciate it if you would bear with me, Senator King. Senator King, are you aware that Harris County has the largest black population of any county in America?
You have told me that, yes.
Well, let me give you some more information. According to the 2020 census data, which you claim was used for these maps, Harris County has a black population of 900,000. That population by itself is larger than the population of Wyoming, Vermont, Alaska, and North Dakota. Fort Bend, which is part of Harris County, which is right outside Harris County, but part of what we call Houston-Harris County, Fort Bend, has a black population of 170,000. Together, the black population with Harris by itself is larger than the population of 6 states in this country, colleagues. 6 states in this country. Seeing that this is the largest population, how does your plan affect the black communities of Harris County and Fort Bend County, Senator King?
Well, as I've said before, I did not take racial data into consideration with regard to this map. I can tell you that the greater Houston area will perform with regard to CD9 better politically for a Republican candidate. I do not know who's going to run for office in any of the districts, and I can't project whether they would win or lose.
And I'm glad you mentioned CD9. From what it looks like, this proposed map takes what is currently CD9, represented by the great Congressman Al Green, and pushes it further up into Harris County, Mr. Chairman, combining it with a large part of CD18. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, and it also extends it over into Liberty County.
Mr. Chairman, did you perform any analysis to determine if under the current enacted plan, black voters could elect their preferred candidate in current CD18?
I have not personally performed such an analysis.
Mr. Chairman, did you perform any analysis to determine if under the current enacted plan, black voters could elect their preferred candidate in the current CD9?
I haven't looked at any racial data with regard to this map.
Mr. Chairman, did you perform any racial polarizing voting analysis in Harris County whatsoever?
The analysis that was done by our counsel would have taken into consideration such matters when determining whether this was a legal map or not. It would have followed jingles and other standard analyses and processes for determining compliance with the VRA and other applicable law.
So should I take that as a yes or a no, Mr. Chairman?
I can just tell you that a complete legal scrub was done and that I've been assured that this map complies fully with the VRA and other applicable law.
So should I take that as a yes or a no, Mr. Chairman?
Well, I'm not sure how to frame your question, but that's the best answer
Well,
I
let me
can give
repeat
to
it.
it.
Did you perform any racial polarizing voting analysis in Harris County whatsoever, Mr. Chairman?
I did not personally do so.
So should I take that as a yes or a no, Mr. Chairman?
You can take it as a yes that I did not personally do so.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, regarding CD9, it was widely known that Congressman Al Green had repeatedly filed articles of impeachment against President Trump and is loudly critical of him and his administration. Was the dismantling of CD9 retribution for Congressman Green's fighting for civil rights for his constituents?
No, of course not.
Of course not. Mr. Chairman, why did you decide to draw Congressman Green out of his current district then and combine him with CD 18, and how was that decided?
I actually don't know how the final decision was made in that. I had made the decision to wait and see what the House produced. When they produced HB4 in its prior and current form, I reviewed it. It met with the goals that I had set for legislation. And I was also assured that it was legal in all regard. And so, but as to how the initial decision was actually made to come back to configure Harris County the way it is today, I wasn't a part of those discussions.
So the fact that Congressman Green had filed impeachment against President Trump multiple times and was very critical and vocal about his administration had nothing to do with Congressman Green's district being drawn out. Is that what you're telling me today?
I have never heard anyone say that it did, and it certainly did not with me.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we have talked about the big picture, you and I, for long enough. Let's focus specifically on CD 9 and 18, both of which are in my district in Harris County and Senate District 13. What was your primary reason for reforming CD 18?
Well, the primary purpose for reconfiguring that region was to create a district that performed better for a Republican candidate, and CD9 meets that criteria in the proposed form.
In the proposed form. Mr. Chairman, were you aware before that CD 18 was one of the largest African-American congressional districts in the country?
I was aware that CD 18, though vacant now, has previously had African-American representation.
And were you aware that CD 18 was one of the largest Democratic boxes in the entire country?
No.
Are you aware that under the current congressional map, Mr. Chairman, that 49.1% of the population in Fort Bend portion of CD 9 is Black? And under the new maps, 48% of the Fort Bend portion of CD 18 is now Black too.
No, I have not looked at any racial data.
If you look and took existing Black population from one district and packed them into an existing Black opportunity district, how is that not redistricting based on race?
I'm assured that this map, as currently proposed, does not pack or crack any existing districts.
Mr. Chairman, I want you to know I thoroughly disagree with you because Senate District 18, Congressional District 18 is more than packed. Senate District 18, Senate District 9 was cracked. Senator, in 2024, ABC News did an exit poll for the presidential election in Texas. 80% of African Americans responded, identified as Democrats, Mr. Chairman. In this case, race and partisan advantages are one and the same. Under the VRA, you don't have to intend to discriminate. You just have to discriminate based on race. Do you understand that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Harris County portion of new CD18 now. The new CD18 has a total population of 272. The total black population of Harris County is 907,000. How can you say that packing CD18 was not racially based when around 1/3 of the largest black population in the country is located in one district, Mr. Chairman? 1/3 of the black population, okay, is located in one district. How can you say that's not packing?
I've been assured that that does not meet the legal requirements for packing.
Okay, maybe not meet the legal requirements, but I want you to understand what I just said. CD18 has not racially based, when around 1/3 is not racially based, as you say, but around 1/3 of the largest black population in this country is in one district. Just want you to know. As of the 2020 census, there were 3.5 million black people in all of Texas. There are 343,000 black people in the new CD18. That means almost 10% of the whole black population resides in 18. Mr. Chairman, do you believe that it's partisan to place almost 10% of Texas' entire black population in one district?
Do I believe that it's partisan?
Do you think it's partisan? Yes, sir.
Seems that your question is based on the assumption that there are not African American Republicans and that there are not Republican African American office holders and that Republican policies can't encourage or solicit Democrats to switch to Republican.
Well, I don't know
how to answer that.
How many Republicans are on this floor?
Right now, I don't know. I
19?
go around the room count.
There's 19 Republicans on this floor?
If we're all here,
Are there any blacks?
Well-
How many Republicans are on the House floor? Roughly. 80? How many black Republicans on the House floor? 2? That's facts. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, why was Anglo vape decreased by 4.7% while black percentages increased in CD18?
I'm sorry, I haven't looked at the racial data, so I can't comment on that.
Okay. Then why was Hispanic VPA decreased by 7.6 while the black percentage increased in CD18?
And again, I haven't looked at any racial data.
I can tell you why. In both of those questions, because they're packing. So it's obviously looks like you packed Senate District 18, Congressional District 18, but when you went the extra mile and took out the main economic driver for the district, like Bush Intercontinental Airport, what was the reasoning behind that, Mr. Chairman?
Again, Airports don't vote, people
It's
vote.
obvious you packed our district, Congressional District 18. And not only did you pack the district, you took out one of our largest economic developers in Intercontinental Bush Airport. Please explain that to me, Mr. Chairman.
I was trying to. And first off, airports obviously don't vote. People vote. People don't live at airports. Voters don't live at airports. Voters don't live at a factory. They don't live at a petroleum plant, as was mentioned earlier. I'm sure you manage your district the same way I do mine. Lockheed is a gigantic economic driver in Tarrant County. My district goes right up to the border of it, but I don't technically represent Lockheed. But I spend a lot of time trying to help and represent Lockheed, even though it's not in my district. And I just don't ever understand the logic when someone says, well, we took an airport out of this district. I don't understand how that affects things, because I know you, even though I'm assuming the airport's not in your district, if it's not, I know you still represent the airports in Harris County because you represent Harris County. And so I can't answer that because I just have trouble following the logic of the assumptions that underlie the questions. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, you're right. Airports don't vote, but they are economic drivers. And it's pretty obvious to me that not only did you pack Congressional District 18, but you took our biggest economic driver out of it as well. Let's move on. The Congressional District 9. Are you aware that the current Congressional District 9 is a Black Opportunity District? Mr. Chairman, simple question. Were you aware that our current Congressional District 9 was a Black Opportunity District? Yes or no?
I have not looked at any racial data.
So I can take that as a no.
No, you can take it as a statement that I have not looked at any racial data.
So you didn't know.
I don't know the answer to the question.
Sounds like you're saying you didn't know that it was. Mr. Chairman, are you also aware that the newly created Congressional District 9 drops off Black vape by 28.4%?
I haven't looked at any voting age population data, CVAP, if that's what you were referring to.
Mr. Chairman, why did you decide to dismantle an existing Black Opportunity District?
I did not.
You did not. Because you didn't know it was, or you just did not? Because you did. You dismantled, Mr. Chairman, this bill, this map dismantles an existing Black Opportunity District. For the record.
I can't answer a question like that unless I have examined racial data, and I have repeatedly said that I have not.
So you don't believe what I'm saying to you, Mr. Chairman?
No, what I'm saying is I don't know the answer to it.
Okay.
Because I haven't examined racial data, because I thought that was an inappropriate way to draw this redistricting map.
That is, well,
And
let me assure
actually,
you, Mr.
draw,
Chairman.
I did not draw, but it's an inappropriate way to approach the redistricting process.
Let me assure you of three things. CD9 is a Black Opportunity District. CD9's Black vape dropped by 28%. And CD9 in this new map will be dismantled. The Black Opportunity District will be dismantled, Mr. Chairman. Let me assure you of that. Finally, I want to end talking about public participation. I'm sorry. Throughout this whole process, Chairman, you have stressed public participation. Every time I wanted more people to testify in committee, you pointed out to the email submission portal. Let's take a look at the numbers out of that email submission portal that you kept speaking of. Chairman King, are you aware that we received emails into our portal submission system? I'm sure you are, because you talked about it quite a bit.
Yes.
I had my team look up the samples of how many. Samples of how many went into the portal were 3,800 submissions, emails. Would you kind of confirm that number about, is that about the same number you're thinking of?
Sounds about right.
Sounds about right. Mr. Chairman, out of that 3,800 into that portal, do you have any idea how many were in support of this redistricting map?
I haven't run the numbers. I can tell you anecdotally, most were opposed.
How many?
I can tell you anecdotally, I haven't added it up, but anecdotally, the majority were opposed.
Were opposed, the majority. Well, let me tell you the right number. 44 people out of 3,821 that entered into that portal. There were only 44, not 4,400, 44 people were in support of this redistricting map. There were 3,739 against this map, Mr. Chairman. That means that 97.8% of the portal submissions from an average Texans against redistricting, and only 2.2% are, maybe I'm gonna repeat that for all of my colleagues in this body. 2.2% of Texans that responded in the Texas portal were in support of this redistricting bill. We're elected to represent the will of the people. The people have obviously spoken. Then damn it, why are we passing this bill? If only 2.2% of Texans supported it. I'm almost done, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't know if you wanted me to respond to that or.
Oh, please do.
But no, I was just going to say, and of the witnesses that testified too, there's no question that Democrats are not in favor of this map. That was very clear from the testimony in the portal because it elects more Republicans. It was also very clear from the testimony that a lot of people want us to create maps that reflect specific percentages of all ethnic groups in the state, and that's illegal. We can't do that. And it was also very evident that a lot of the witnesses wanted a more compact map. The map we've drawn is more compact, but it is going to, I think, elect more Republicans. And it's clear that Democrats and the majority, the vast majority of those who testified, clearly Democrats, it's very clear that they did not favor a map that elects more Republicans.
Mr. Chairman, that may sound good to you, but party affiliation was not even mentioned in that portal. Okay? But that may sound good to you. You keep repeating something, you start to believe it. So let me move on. Harmon Dillon. Let's start at the beginning. We can both agree that the call of the first special session had an agenda item that stated legislation that provides a revised congressional redistricting plan in light of constitutional concerns raised by the U.S. Department of Justice. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
That is, I don't have the call in front of me, but that sounds like an accurate restatement of the call.
If you can allow, if I can ask you to trust me, that's what it said. The Department of Justice reference letter was written by Department of Justice Civil Rights Division of the Texas governor. Is that correct?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The letter was written to the governor's office. Is that correct? From the Department of Justice.
It's addressed to the governor's office and the attorney general.
Is that correct?
Yes, attorney general and the governor.
Can we also agree that the letter specifically targeted 4 majority-minority districts? We've both seen that letter.
It targeted 4 districts.
Okay. Would you believe me if I told you those 4 districts were majority-minority? We've had that conversation, Mr. Chairman.
I don't have knowledge of
Well,
that.
let
off
me
the top of
assure
my
you,
head.
it was 4.
I know there were four
3 of
four
them which were
districts.
in my district partially or whole, and the other one in Dallas. Am I mistaken? And the other one in Dallas. All 4 of them were majority minority districts, Mr. Chairman. I assure you of that. Okay? Could you go with me on that?
Yes, I'm sorry, I just don't have the letter in front of me.
All right. Can you tell me who the letter was written by, Mr. Chairman?
One of the the director of the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Justice.
Can you recall her name, Mr. Chairman?
Last name was Hermid.
Her what?
Hermid.
It's Harmit Dillon, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
Hermid Dillon. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Harmit Dillon. First name Harmit, last name Dillon, Mr. Chairman. Will you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Do you know anything about Harmit Dillon, Mr. Chairman?
No, not really.
Not really. Mr. Chairman, would it surprise you if I tell you that Harmit Dillon strongly opposed the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advance Act, which would restore voting rights acts to its full power, and that she penned an op-ed for Fox News, Mr. Chairman, in which she called the bill a power grab. And if you allow me to quote her, Mr. Chairman, I'll come right back with a question for you. Her quote, "All Americans, particularly Republicans in Congress, need to recognize H.R. 4 for the unnecessary power grab it truly is, and not be fooled by false propaganda about voting rights." That's what she wrote about the Voting Rights Act, Advance Act from John Lewis. Mr. Chairman, so the letter is written and the committee is convened. The first question that we asked you in committee is this redistricting bill based on a letter from the DOJ. You remember that?
I remember you asking me that question.
You remember what your answer was?
Whatever it was, it'd be the same one I would give right now.
You know what it
want me to give
was? Do you recall what it was? Good answer. But do you recall what it was?
I can tell you I have given no heed
Mr.
or
Chairman,
consideration
your
to
answer
that
was a
letter.
resounding no.
I'm sorry?
Your answer from the very first day was a resounding no, Mr. Chairman. A resounding no. But you know what? It didn't stop there. Many times you were asked at various times that same question in committee hearings. And the answer almost every hearing was no.
Know that I have not given consideration to that letter in the redistricting process. Yes.
Okay? Thank you for agreeing with me on that. Thanks for being honest with me on that, Mr. Chairman. What were your primary objectives during the redistricting process as chairman of the committee? What were you trying to accomplish? There's 2 questions. I'm sorry. What was your primary, purpose?
Primary goal was to make sure that we produced a legal map.
Right. And what were you trying to accomplish?
The secondary objective, the secondary goal would have been to create a map that would perform better on a partisan basis for Republican congressional candidates.
And not one time, that Mrs. Dillon's comments, concerns, or letter from the DOJ to the governor or to the attorney general was considered. As she wrote, all Americans, particularly Republicans in Congress, need to recognize H.R. 4 for the unnecessary power grab it truly is, and not be fooled by false propaganda voting rights. None of that came into place, not one time throughout the entire committee process. Is that right, Mr. Chairman? Is that what you want us to believe?
Well, back it up a little bit. When you're talking about H.R. 4, what are you referring to?
H.R. 4 is a congressional, was the House congressional bill.
Not familiar with it.
Okay. But not one time did you want us to believe it had anything to do. One time.
No,
with race.
I don't know what she's
Even though all this was out here, not one time do you want us to believe that the letter coming from the DOJ to the governor, to the attorney general. None of it had to do with.
I'll be honest with you, I'd never even heard her name before I read it in the letter.
Okay, let me try one more time then. Let's see about this. On August 6th, Harmon Dillon appeared on Just the News. No Noise. It was a TV show. Just the News. Just the facts, no news. No, what was it called? Let's get it right. Just the News, no noise. Where, on that program, Ms. Dillon stated, while discussing Texas redistricting, that we wrote to Texas telling them that though the law had been struck down a couple of years ago, their districts are now in compliance with the federal voting right. Are not in compliance, let me repeat that, are not in compliance with federal voting right laws. So they need to take action to fix them. This is what triggered the Texas legislature to the governor to call a legislative special session to put new maps together. She admits on a show why she sent this to the state of Texas, to the governor, and to the attorney general. You weren't aware of that, were you, sir?
No, I didn't see that interview.
So throughout this whole committee process, you have stated that the DOJ had no bearing on this redistricting, correct?
It has had no bearing on my, on me personally, no, none whatsoever.
Okay. But recently, you and Chairman Hunter have pivoted to stating that it's all about partisan advantage. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman? It's all about partisan advantage now, right?
I have said that my objective in this map was to create a map to perform better for Republican congressional candidates.
Partisan advantage. We agree?
It would perform better. I like the words perform better for Republican partisan.
Partisan
Yes.
advantage. Yet here we have Harmon Dillon, who already has an open problem with minority voting, who wrote a letter targeting majority minority districts, taking credit for the redistricting process. She did it for our redistricting process, Mr. Chairman, right here in Texas.
Senator, I'm sorry, I couldn't pick her out of a lineup. I haven't met her, I haven't talked to her.
I understand.
I never saw her name before I saw the letter.
I
I've
understand.
disregarded the letter because it wouldn't address the legislature.
I understand.
I don't know what else to say about it.
I understand. And I'm closing. Her explanation regarding the need for redistricting is literally based on race. I'm going to repeat that. Her explanation regarding the need for redistricting in Texas is literally based on race. Further, those very districts were either redrawn or completely dismantled. Your explanation is based on partisan advantage. Somebody's not telling the truth. I'm not going to say who it is. I don't know who it is, but it's obvious somebody's not telling the truth. Are you also aware that the agenda items related to redistricting in the proclamation for the second call, Mr. Chairman, the second special session got rid of the reference to the DOJ letter? Let me say that again so my colleagues can understand, Royce. The second call letter, it got rid of the DOJ letter. It was nowhere in the picture. Is that just a coincidence, Mr. Chairman?
I honestly hadn't noticed that until now. I haven't read the second call.
You know,
I just knew that congressional redistricting had been placed on it. And once it's placed on it, it's a very general topic for the Senate.
I close with this. I find it very interesting. There's a lot of coincidences going on here that we said from the very first day. That when you and Chairman Hunter start calling this, a partisan advantage move, and then in the second call, the special second call, it didn't make reference to the DOJ letter. Nobody has answers. Something's not adding up. You know, I coined the phrase rigged districting throughout this process. This whole process is a sham. This whole process is a farce. And it will forever be called rigged districting. Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, we're going to get a motion here for a moment. Our staff up here you all can step off the floor and eat. They can't. So we're going to take a little break here for them to have lunch. We're going to get the motion here for a moment. Chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand in recess for 30 minutes until 2:30 p.m. today, Friday, August 22nd.
Any objection? Please, everyone, be back on time at 2:30. We have a long way to go. Senate stands in recess until 2:30.
Do you guys do a live stream that I can watch from home?
Yeah.
Yeah? Where can I find that?
If you search Senate live video, it's a pop up and hit the play button.
And is it like visible?
It'll show close-ups
Okay.
of the members. So like the guy over there is controlling the cameras. They've got multiple.
Okay. And is it .gov?
Just search
Is
the
it?
Senate live video.
I'm getting a .gov.
Yes.
And then
So
since
they
we're on the break,
they'll
but
start.
that'll be it. Okay, cool.
I don't blame you at all.
Have a good day. Thank you.
sorry, say again?
In modern.
Modern history. So, yeah, let's say I'm looking for a town.
They told me.
Oh, they did? Since she's from Houston, they told us. Now, if it's accurate, we may be able to go home.
I do, but by the way, I'm Molly with the
Molly.
Washington Post.
I'm
I'm
Nick.
based in Houston.
Oh, nice.
You're representing the public.
Oh, yes, with the Astros. As long as you're not playing my Red Sox, I can support.
Or you're a Boston.
I'm from Massachusetts, yeah.
Oh, where in Massachusetts?
Springfield, Mass.
So I'm from upstate New York.
Oh, you are? I went to Syracuse University.
Did you really?
Yes.
So I grew up in Syracuse. I was a paper girl, and I later worked for the Post Commander.
Oh.
My dad worked.
Yeah.
And he was an adjunct at your house. So
Oh, okay.
loved-
Yes.
My mom's a professor.
Oh, really?
And we lived on Lancaster.
Oh.
Yeah. But what I was going to say is, when I went away to college, and so we take the Peter Pan buses home through Springfield.
Yeah.
So
My
I got to
mom
know
worked
all the
for Peter
Western
Pan,
Mass
so I know.
So we
Yeah.
would all be on the same bus.
We're different breed. in
There were a
Boston.
number of hockey players. It's funny because we'd all be on that. All holiday breaks.
Thankfully, don't have that accent too much.
The Boston
Yeah,
accent.
I don't have it too much. Except my hometown is, I'm actually from a place called Belchertown, right next to UMass Amherst.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Belchertown. Belchertown, Belcher.
I love to go visit, like, Haverford, the whole, what do they call it, the consortium of colleges. Yeah. I had a cousin of my father's a long time economics professor.
Really?
We would visit
At Amherst College or UMass?
UMass.
UMass. I'm sure you dropped that H though.
Amherst.
Amherst.
That's how I used to say
That's
it.
the locals. Yeah, it's Amherst. The H is
Well,
silent.
now that I'm down here, I worked now half my, like this half my life in the South. And I noticed whenever like, or to see if I call it Worcester or something.
Oh, yeah.
And they mispronounce it.
So I did a story in the Red Sox and Astros play in 18, I think it was, in the NLCS. And I did a whiteboard and put up towns and cities in Massachusetts and then places in Texas. So I had Astro fans try to pronounce Massachusetts things.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And Red Sox fans try to pronounce Texas things.
There's
Hysterical.
Texas ones I'm learning all the time, and ones that are Texas that even know.
Oh, listen, Medina.
For a long time, I said it's from Lake Buchanan.
Really?
Yes, Buchanan in Burnett County.
Well, I definitely sent Bexar County the first time
Oh,
on TV.
that's terrible.
Yeah, I definitely did. Then Tom Abrams had to call me and he said, "Man." I said, how did you get banned?
How else would you?
The fun one that Red Sox fans struggled with here was Kirkendall. Yeah, Kirkendall Street.
Bernie, those ones are
Yeah, that was a really funny story. And the ABC station in Boston ran it, and they were all dying with hearing people try to say Massachusetts City. No. Yeah. Especially right now, yeah. Darnell, there are rooms. Yeah. Our hotel. Be a short notice. Well, no, it won't be. Yeah, that's why the hotel. And last, I was just going this time because she did that last time. Her tennis shoes. Oh, she's wearing them. Yeah. And she had tennis shoes. I remember that. Wearing the same shoes she wore last time. Yeah.
And they're gonna keep.
No,
No, she's coming back. She changed dresses. She's wearing a longer dress. Senator Cook just went down to check. No, not Alvarado, sorry.
What, Darnell? Yeah, just want to make sure. Is that why they took the break?
That's why, remember before the break, Patrick said.
We have a long way. Yeah. Oh, so I was like, what else is there to do? Oh.
There's no deadline. One of the filibuster is a deadline.
So I contacted Mitchell and Monorail. So I contacted Mitchell we're on street is
Yeah, that's why I thought it was going to be Echo. Last night, I was thinking Echo because she teased last night. They're all trying to play their warriors. Wendy at least forced some extra class sessions around. She technically the crowd. Letitia did. Yeah, I was sitting down there.
It's so loud.
This chamber. There are ways to she's got
I mean, I'm sure they'll. letter. She, if you look at the footage, she goes up there earlier in the.
She did. I remember that. She went up to Patrick.
Yeah.
That's right. Yep. That caught my attention. I was like, forget that.
And she said she's better rested this time than last time she was in there. Yes. For the cancer.
She was.
Yeah, she was. I'm gonna actually do that letter when she gets to it.
Darnell, I turned 4 into a bow stop because of this. I turned 4 into a bow stop because of this. Yeah, no, not your cut it. So you, yeah. Well, I've got to pick a bite from Miles. Or actually, the bite could be from what happens here. Let's wait and see. Yeah. You say? Oh, I'm getting well. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. This is our second special session together. Was it here first though?
Senate will come to order. Senator Blanco, for what purpose?
Questions for the author?
Senator King, do you yield?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Senator. So I've got some questions that are a little higher elevation, so to speak, but do you believe the Constitution legally permits one racial group to enjoy representation than other racial groups? I think, no, of course not. I mean, equal justice, all our laws are to apply equally to every one in the United States. Okay, so your answer is you do not believe the Constitution legally permits one racial group to enjoy more representation than other racial groups. That you do not believe that. What equal protection is all about, if I understand your question, yes. Okay, so you mentioned the equal protection. You mean the equal protection clause? Yes. Okay. So can you explain what in the Constitution, other than the equal protection clause, would prohibit one racial group from enjoying more representation than any other racial group? Senator, I really just don't want to get into a discussion at that level. I will tell you that everyone under our Constitution, the intent is that everyone be treated equally under the law. That's what equal justice, that's what equal rights is all about. There are always failures in that, but I think generally as a nation, we try to correct those failures.
Okay, so I just want to reiterate that you believe the Equal Protection Clause is there to ensure that no racial group enjoys greater representation than any other. The Equal Protection Clause.
I believe that
allows for
everyone should be treated equally under the law.
Okay.
I believe that's what the Constitution requires.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. Senator, you said that your goal was to provide a legal map. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And as you know, our Constitution provides for equal protections that you had just mentioned. Can you elaborate on how this map legally complies with the Equal Protection Clause from our Constitution?
So the most accurate answer I can give you is that I'm not a redistricting attorney. I'm not a constitutional attorney, but I hired very, very good redistricting attorneys with a broad background in constitutional law. And I asked them to review this map and tell me if it in any way violated 14th Amendment, any aspect of the Constitution, the VRA, anything. And they have come back and told me unequivocally that this does not violate any applicable law.
Did they cite any examples?
Well, I know that they ran a jingles analysis and other reviews as are typically done in the redistricting process.
Did they refer to the Equal Protection Clause?
Yes, they have referred to the 14th Amendment.
Can you explain how so?
Just in saying that it did not violate the 14th Amendment.
I'm sorry, I can.
Just in saying that it was not a violation of the 14th Amendment, the Voting Rights Act, or any other applicable law.
Did they go into detail how it doesn't?
No, and again, I didn't want to get in myself into reviewing racial data. And so what I asked them to do is bring me their conclusions of law. I also am not, I don't have the expertise to analyze the statistical parts of a review, such as jingles, where you're doing a regression analysis, or all the different things that are looked at. That's just not my area of expertise. So I just asked them to bring me their conclusions.
You asked them to bring their expertise.
Yes.
And what was their expertise? What did they say?
They said that that HB4 did not violate any applicable law, that it complied with the VRA and the Constitution.
Did they explain how it complied with the VRA?
Only that it did comply in all aspects of the VRA.
Did you ask how it complied with the VRA?
Well, trying to think how to answer that. I asked them to do a very, very detailed analysis, and I asked them if their review had in any way shown that it violated the Voting Rights Act, and they have assured me that it does not.
Okay. I asked these questions.
And when I say that, obviously that's with regard to race, color, minority, language group, all the things that the VRA is intended to protect.
Okay. Because today, Blacks and Hispanics in Texas make up 51% of the population, while white Texans make up 39%. Would you agree with those demographics?
That sounds about right.
Okay. If you agree with those demographics, can you explain how a map that results in 70% of congressional districts being majority white reflect that reality?
Well, with regard to this map, we don't know who's going to be elected, whether they're going to be Anglo, Black, Hispanic, Asian, we don't know. And but I believe people are going to have the opportunity to vote for the candidates that they think will best represent their interest.
We don't know, but you drew maps based on current demographics?
I drew maps based on historic voting of Republican, Democrat voting patterns.
Regardless of race?
And actually, I didn't draw the map, but I believe that's what this map reflects.
Not looking at race?
Not voting on race.
Okay. 45 years ago, Anglos were 66% of Texas population. Today, Anglos make up 39.8% of population. And despite that massive demographic shift, why does this map reflect the same demographics from half a century ago?
Well, I think your statement would presume that Hispanics are not voting for Republicans. And I don't think that's the case. I think Hispanics are. I think the fact that we have Hispanic members on this body. I think that Republicans are voting, let me say this correctly. I think your statement assumes that Hispanics will not vote for Republicans, and I just don't think that's accurate.
Would you assume that Hispanics are trending to vote more Republican than Democratic?
You know, I haven't really analyzed that at anything other than an anecdotal level, but I just believe that this map is going to create at least 5 more competitive districts. I don't know whether someone Hispanic or Anglo or African American will be elected to those, or Asian. I don't know, and I don't know who will run for them. But I know when you look at Republican versus Democrat, those districts, those 5, will lean more Republican. But they're going to be very competitive districts. There's not a walkthrough, a guarantee by any measure.
So you just mentioned that this map improves Republican performance. Isn't it true that the effect of this map, even if not intentional, does dilute Hispanic vote and Black voting power?
I haven't seen any data suggesting that.
No? Okay. So you argue that these maps are race neutral, but haven't conservative federal courts already struck down similar supposed race neutral maps in states like Louisiana, in Alabama, Mississippi, for doing exactly what House Bill 4 does here because of the effect?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of that? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to ask the gentleman a few questions, if I may.
Senator King, do you yield?
I am, but I'm still recovering from your questions about SB 15, so.
Gentleman yields.
I forgot which one that one was. Well, let's go about when we in the first called special session, when we got up, and I think we were kind of putting the rules out. You'll recall what you said then. I asked you then if you would have voted for a map in 2021, and then I think the congressionals we did in 21. I asked you then if you would have voted for a map that violated the Voting Rights Act. Because my suggestion is that's what the Department of Justice letter suggests. Department of Justice letter clearly states that these districts in question are that race was taken into consideration in the creation of these districts that they now want to undo. Excuse me, Mr. President, can we have members kind of quiet down and maybe take their telephone conversations off the floor, please? It's a little bit too distracting.
Members, can we have some order so we can hear the discussion between the members? Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. So when we talked about that then, I asked you, did you think that the maps that we voted on in 2021 were fair and within the Voting Rights Act? And your answer to me was that I would not have voted for maps that I felt were illegal. Do you remember that answer?
I don't specifically recall the conversation, but I would not have voted intentionally for any map that I believed violated the Voting Rights Act or any other applicable law.
Okay. So in 2021,
In 2021,
you voted for maps, congressional maps, and you felt that those maps were fair within the Voting Rights Act, and there was no race in the consideration of those maps. That's why you voted for those maps. Yes or no?
I at the time I voted, I believe those to be legal maps, and I still do.
Okay. You still do.
I haven't personally been presented with any evidence otherwise.
Then why are we here? Why are you carrying this bill?
As I've stated before, one of the purposes of the bill is to improve Republican candidate performance for congressional candidates.
Okay. You're a very good lawyer. You are. I really respect you for that. And I've seen you here, and I've seen you in the House of Representatives. We've served together now for almost 20 years. It's crazy. Sometimes I think I'm crazy for being in here. But you've always been very well prepared. Do you go into the courthouse I don't know, I know you've done some criminal work, and I know you've done some civil work. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
All right. I'm kind of like, I don't know. I can't characterize you. I characterize me as kind of a street lawyer. I do a little criminal, a little bit of family, a little bit of civil work. I've tried damn near just about anything except for the really stuff that I can't get into, which is like bankruptcy and stuff like that, stuff in federal court, even though I'm licensed in federal court. So you've tried a little bit of everything yourself.
I really don't practice much anymore, but I did some litigation. I did some transactional, yes.
When you go to litigation, when you go into a civil courtroom, you'd have your trial notebooks. And in that trial notebook, you had all your pleadings. You had all your discovery. Yes?
Yes.
You had your exhibits, correct?
When I was prepared, yes.
Yes. And all of that was to present to the court, to present the best argument for your client, to be able to do the things that you needed to do to have success in court, correct?
Yes.
And I understand you're not a voting rights expert and you're not a redistricting expert. But over and over again today, you said, well, I don't know, and I'm just relying on what these lawyers told me to do. I'm just relying on what they've said. So a lot of people have asked you the same question, and I don't know that I want to ask the same question again, but I'm going to go down through this a little bit, and we're going to try to see where we get from here. Is CD7 a coalition district in the current plan, in your opinion?
In the current map,
Yes, sir.
I don't know off the top of my head. I'm not advised.
Not advised. So are you also not advised? Does HB4 change that? Is it still a majority minority?
To determine if something is a majority minority district or to determine if something is a coalition district, you have to look at racial data, and I have not done that.
Is CD9 a coalition district?
Same answer.
HB4 changes that by making it barely a Latino majority, correct, to 50.3.
Again, I have not looked at racial data.
You can't answer the fact that HB4 changes CD9 to 50.3 Latino?
I can tell you that HB4 makes CD9 a more Republican-leaning district than it is today.
And they tweaked just barely Hispanic, just over the 50% mark. CD18, a coalition district in the current plan, in your opinion?
Again, to determine if something is a coalition district, you have to look at racial data, and I have not looked at racial data.
Is CD22 a coalition district?
I would have to give the same answer to that to any district you ask me about of the 38.
Okay, so you didn't look at race. We can go on and on and on, and you're going to say, give me the same answer that you didn't look at race as a consideration or making these maps because you didn't actually make the maps, correct?
That's correct.
Other people made the maps.
That is correct.
And you don't know whether those people looked at race in creating these maps, do you?
What I know, all I can tell you is, and I haven't inquired as to who physically drew the maps. I haven't inquired as to the process, who all was involved in that. All I can tell you is that I am confident that the map does not violate the VRA or any other applicable law, and that it also will make at least 5 districts perform better for a Republican candidate.
I'm going to try to keep my temperature down at this level because I think it's important. But I find it interesting that you keep going back to this notion that you don't know, you were told, you didn't make the maps, you didn't call the people that make the maps, they didn't communicate with you, you don't know who they are, you never saw them. What kind of level of preparedness is that on this very important matter? We're supposed to believe some person that you don't even know who made these?
As I've said before, House Bill 4 meets all legal criteria, and it will promote the election of more Republican congressional members.
Okay, that's great. But that's not what the United States Justice Department said. They said that these race-based considerations from these special districts were created, making them unconstitutional coalition districts. So they had to, if you take the inverse of this, they had to have used race in making their assessments. They had to take race into consideration. Correct? That's what they say in this letter.
As far as I know, they haven't written any letter in regard to HB 4. If you're speaking of the existing 2021 map, that letter states those conclusions, but I have not seen, nor do I know of anyone who's seen any underlying data in support of those conclusions.
The same maps that you said were fair, legal within the Voting Rights Act, they make conclusions that claim that race was taken into consideration in the making of those maps. And you're now telling us, because that's why we're here because of this letter. And we know that because Greg Abbott included this letter in his first call. Correct?
He did mention that letter in the first call.
There are 9 congressional districts currently that do not have a majority of any single race, correct? That's CD 7, 9, 18, 22, 27, 30, 32, 33, and 35. Take my word for that?
Are you referring to the 2021 map or HB 4?
Currently, the maps that are currently in place.
And again, I haven't looked at the racial data for those maps.
HB4 makes 3 of them majority Anglo. CD 22, 27, and 32. Is that correct?
Again, I don't know how many times to say it, and I don't mean to upset you, and I don't want your temperature to get up, as you referred to. But I have not looked at any racial data, period, at any time, in any way. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's the right way to approach redistricting.
Okay, so you're going into the trial and you're very, very well prepared at trial. I've seen you come into committees and I've seen you come on this floor very, very well prepared on your bills. But on this one, we're supposed to believe I don't know. I didn't make the maps. I didn't talk to the map makers. And I'm just going to go on the advice and counsel of what the lawyers tell me. Is that a fair statement?
No.
What is then? I mean, you're accountable, right? You're a buck stops here kind of guy?
I was going to try to answer your previous question.
Well, answer that one. Are you accountable?
Yes, I'm accountable to God. I'm accountable to my wife. I'm accountable to my family. Accountable to this body, certainly.
Okay, you're accountable to this body. You're accountable to the people of Texas, correct?
Sure.
So if a 3-judge panel looks at these, there's going to be a lawsuit. We know that. The 3-judge panel finds that race was definitely a consideration in this place because that was said in that DOJ letter. That's what was said by the governor. That's what was said in the House of Representatives. That's what Todd Hunter over there said. That's what Pam Bondi says. And so maybe you've been a very good lawyer or a very good witness here. I've been dodging everything. But ultimately, if that 3-judge panel says that race was a consideration, then you erred, I guess.
Well, any determinations that they make one way or the other are going to be based on expert witnesses that have done the type of analysis to answer their questions.
Okay, that's good. Expert witnesses did analysis. And those experts, are those your lawyers? Are those your lawyers?
Are they no, I think under privilege, they would not be under expert witnesses.
Okay.
That might be in some cases who they used could be. That's a long discussion for a different day.
Let me skip around a little bit because you bring about expert witnesses and expert analysis. Red Apple has political data down to the block level. Or is it by voter tabulation district or precinct? So does Red Apple have political data down to the block level, to your knowledge?
It's been a long time since I played with Red Apple, but it takes it down to the census tract level, I recall. But I also think a lot of people are using a different program out there. I forget the name of it, that for drawing redistricting maps today.
Tell all these people in the room what Red Apple is. We should probably educate them because they probably think we're talking about our iPhone.
Well, Red Apple is a program that's been utilized by the Texas legislature for many years to assist in drawing maps.
Okay, fair enough. Does Red Apple have political data down to the block level?
You know, I honestly have not looked at Red Apple in so many years. I don't know what it has today.
There are 444 split precincts in this HB4 plan. Do you have any information as to why there are so many split precincts and how the map drawer made those decisions?
Now, are you referring to voting precincts or commissioner precincts or JP precincts, or are you referring to census tracts?
I'm referring to voting precincts.
I suspect if you looked at any redistricting map, state house, state board of education, anything, you're going to find a lot of precincts that are split, commonly just for rounding out the numbers that you have to get within, in this case, one person, one vote, the exact number, but +5 or -5 in House and Senate.
It's a little bit non-responsive. Do you have any information as to why there are so many split precincts and how the map drawer made those decisions?
No.
Do we have racial data down to the block level? We already said you don't know, correct?
I haven't looked at Red Apple in a long, long time.
I'll submit to you that it doesn't. But guess what does? Guess what does have racial data down to the block level?
I can answer a question. I can't guess at something.
We do it every 10 years, the census. The census has data down to the block level. So if a map drawer is splitting a precinct or a voter tabulation district, the racial data of the blocks in that district could have been used as a split in that district, correct?
Or could not have been used.
Could have or could not have been. Fair enough. Fair enough. And since racial data is the only information that we have below the precinct level, the block level, isn't it likely that the map drawer used race to split the voter tabulation districts like they did so well in House Bill 4 plan?
You know, again, it's just really hard to answer a hypothetical, but
Well,
I would think that if someone had built a map from the bottom up in an illegal fashion, it would be reflected in the final product, and this map is not illegal.
well, I'll tell you that that wasn't a hypothetical. Not a hypothetical. We talked about it earlier when you said you didn't know whether which district or what other district was a coalition district because you haven't really looked at it. You can't tell me what percentage of Anglo or Hispanic or Black population are in any district because you don't look at the racial data. But that's what it is. The racial data of these districts that have been created are just barely over their majority minority level. Shrunk down, cracked over and over and over again. And so for folks in the gallery or watching this on TV, it's pretty simple, right? You just look at the map. You look at this map that you didn't create. Other people created. You don't know who created it. Appeared out of blue sky. It was sent to you by, well, who created it?
Senator, this map, this bill, this is a bill, came to me in the same way that you have adopted dozens and dozens of bills over the years. And no, I'm not trying to be snarky. I'm trying to be straightforward.
Okay, I'll listen without being snarky.
You picked up a House bill that came over. You don't know everything that went into that House bill. You don't know how many people talked about it for the last 5 years or anything about it, but you understand the author's intent. You look at it. It complies with your objectives for legislation. You do some research into it. You see that it meets the law and that it'd be good for the state of Texas, and you pick up and you become the sponsor to that bill. That is exactly what I have done here.
Well,
there's nothing inappropriate about that or irregular. That is as conforming to Senate regular process as it can be. In this case, it's a redistricting map.
That's a nice. She had this job 2 sessions ago. She knew what plans she was posing to us. She knew who the drafters were. She did analysis. She talked to lawyers. All of those things were fleshed out and aired out in this floor.
And I think if you'll go back and look at her testimony, because I have from the presentation of that, she also did not look at racial data. Again, I'm following very appropriate Senate process. And I've gone back and looked at those hearings from when that bill was presented in 2021.
Do some Anglos vote for Democrats in Dallas County?
I'm sure they do, absolutely.
How about Harris County?
I'm sure they do.
You'd agree that there's some crossover Anglo support for Democrats in some urban areas in Texas.
Again, at 100,000-foot level, people vote for different people, yes.
This might surprise you, but a few Republicans vote for me too. That's a joke, but it's true.
No comment, sir.
So if the map drawer were looking just for Democrats in Dallas County, they would get African Americans, Latinos, Asians, and some white people, correct?
I would expect that to be true, yes.
And in Bear County, there's crossover, Anglo support for Latinos, Latino preferred candidates. You've already suggested that to be true. So let me ask you this, in Dallas County, how is the map drawer able to recreate CD30 as a black majority in Dallas if the map drawer was not looking for black voters?
Just from past experience, personal experience, I can tell you that it is very easy to draw a map that improves Republican performance by just looking at Republican and Democrat votes. And I believe that's what this map is a product. It's a product of that process.
You mentioned these lawyers, you mentioned some experts, you mentioned some expert testimony that I think you probably had in your hearing. I must admit I wasn't at your hearing. This stuff is not as exciting to me as it's exciting to you. And there are things that we truly find exciting in this building. And this is just something we do every 10 years. I get it. The lawyers that you hired, they verified with you that this map is legal. You've said that over and over. Did they give you an EI estimate? Ecological inference estimate. Yes or no?
No.
Did they give you a racial polarized voting analysis? Both of those two different types of analyses are generally performed by these types of people that are reviewing these types of maps. You said that you went to the experts, you hired the best lawyers in town, they did an analysis, and they came back to you that everything is okay, okie dokie, Senator, it's all wonderful, no race in the offing here. Did they give you either one of those two analyses that they likely used?
Well, obviously, in doing the jingles, you have to do the analysis you've discussed. But I specifically have not looked at any of the underlying data because I would have had to look at racial data. And I did not want to take that into consideration in drawing this map. Whether you agree with me that that's a good or bad way to draw a map, I understand we can disagree on that. But I did not take racial data into consideration. And any question you ask me about that, I'm going to be giving the same truthful answer that I've been giving all day on.
No one called you a liar. I didn't call you a liar. I said you're a good lawyer. And despite the jokes, lawyer and liar aren't the same thing. But it sure is a good way to create an ignorant witness. Someone up here to give us the testimony up here and say, well, you know what? They did those things because they have to do them, and I didn't get a book report on that. I didn't look at it. So you're a lawyer, you're accountable to the courts, you're accountable to this body, you're accountable to the taxpayers, you're accountable to God and your family. These reports were likely done, and you didn't review them.
That's correct.
They rendered an opinion. You said that, correct?
Yes.
Did you review that opinion? You said that earlier, by the way.
I have received their conclusions, and their conclusions are that this completely complies with the VRA.
They helped
I'm
you.
not a redistricting attorney. I'm not capable of the level of statistical analysis that it takes to do the type of regression and other studies you have to look at. To be honest, the data would have been fairly meaningless to me. That's why you have expert witnesses in court, because it's fairly meaningless to the parties and the attorneys.
So they rendered an opinion to you that you reviewed. Did they help you prepare your talking points?
Of course.
Okay.
I prepared my talking points, and I went over those talking points with them. Of course.
Did you provide these resources that they provided to you to anyone else in the Senate outside of your office?
Would you say that slower?
Did you provide these resources that they provided to you to anyone else in the Senate outside of your office?
No.
So the reports that they created, the opinion that they gave you, you have it. It's in your office, and no one's seen it.
I have none of their underlying data. I have none of the analyses in my office. I have asked for things such as give me a brief that overviews redistricting law to date so that I could familiarize myself with it again. I have asked for other background on redistricting materials. The specific thing that I have hired them to do is to analyze any plan that was proposed during these special sessions. And they have done so at my request. And as I've said before, they have told me that they've assured me that this map meets all legal criteria.
They've analyzed it. They've given you an opinion. They have analyzed it. They've likely done those two types of analyses that we have discussed because they have to do them. Well, let's see. Whatever you do have in your office, just as a matter of senatorial courtesy, are you going to allow us to review that before we go forward with this bill? Well, I mean, we want to make the same informed decision and opinion that you're making. I know you have this look on your face. I'm just wondering, can we see
trying to
the
think
things?
what in my office would be of any benefit to you? You've heard my talking points.
I'd like to see the opinion. I'd like to see the analysis that they created.
Well, you've pretty much heard it all.
No, I heard, I don't know. I've been told. I don't know who drew the maps. I'm pretty sure that my lawyers know what they're doing. I'm pretty sure that they're the experts in this thing. That's what I've heard all day long.
You understand how privilege works and how releasing information under privilege works, and you're a good lawyer too.
Yeah, no, I do. I do. And it's funny because we're two sides in this place, Republicans and Democrats, just like we are in this country. And yet, we're not in a courtroom. We're not in a courtroom. We're in a place where transparency is the most important #1 issue. That those people outside of this building, those people in that gallery, everybody watching on TV, thinks that government should be transparent. But the analysis, the reports, the EI, and oh goodness, what was it called? The RPV, the racial polarized voting analysis.
Yes, that's part of Jingles.
Somewhere in part of Jingles, you're right. Your lawyers did it, and yet there's no access to it by the general public or the people in, or even your own colleagues in this room. Because why? Are we in a courtroom? You don't want to be transparent to people? I thought you were going to be accountable to us.
You know, I'm very confident that a lot of parties have done an analysis of this map, and I have yet, in hearing or anywhere else, had anyone present me with any tangible data suggesting that this map is not legal. I want to say that again. We've had hearings. This map has been out there. Its predecessors have been out there. I have yet to have anyone present me with any tangible data that this map is not legal, period.
Well,
And I suspect if you had it, you would have come to the committee and presented it.
Well, let me give you some tangible data. I'm glad you mentioned it. When we talked about coalition districts, I brought up percentages. Everybody in this room's brought up percentages, and you claim the same ignorance, and I get it. So now you've looked at racial data, even though you don't want to, you say you don't. Or you say you have not looked at the racial data, I get that. But did you know that several of the districts in HB4 are just barely majorities of racial minorities? Can we at least establish that?
I'm taking you at your word. I haven't looked at the data.
Most just a fraction of a percentage beyond a majority. And I'm going to go through those numbers because, hey, listen, maybe we will be in a courtroom someday. Maybe someone does need to hear the evidence. And maybe our constituents, the ones that you don't want to be transparent with, maybe they can hear it now. CD9 is 50.3 Hispanic HCVAP. CD30 has 50.2 Black CVAP. CD18 has 50.5 Black CVAP. CD35 has 51.6 HCVAP. More than a fraction, but just beyond a majority. What is the likelihood, Senator? You're a smart man. You're a good lawyer. You're accountable. And you're truthful to the people of the state of Texas, even though you don't want to show them all the analysis that we just talked about. What is the likelihood of increasing these seats to just a fraction beyond a majority of one race if race was not considered?
Senator, I can't answer something I don't know. All I'm telling you, again, is that now, if you're alleging those districts were packed, it's hard to envision that 50-point-something% is a packed district. But aside from that, all I can tell you is I am absolutely convinced that this map is legal, and I have had no one present any tangible data to me, any analysis otherwise. And
my friend, I'm suggesting those districts are cracked, not packed.
Well, if you're suggesting they're cracked,
Look, I'm not suggesting it. The numbers suggest it, my friend.
I don't know how to answer a question that I've answered about 45, 50 times today.
Yeah, I get it.
I don't know how else to say it.
I know what your answer was.
At racial data, I have not taken that into consideration.
Not to take it into
And
consideration
Senator,
because you
I'm
don't
not going to take it into consideration. I just think that's inappropriate.
because you don't know, because other people did it. You don't know the map makers, even though Joan Huffman knew the map makers, even though she talked to the map makers. I get it. Let's move on. We're wrapping up soon. Before you filed the congressional map in the first called session, had you spoken with anyone in the Trump administration about the possibility of seeking changes to the congressional maps?
I have not spoken with anyone in the Trump administration.
The Attorney General's office, Pam Bondi's office,
I have not spoken with anyone in the DOJ.
the Texas Attorney General's office?
I have conferred with the Texas Attorney General's office.
Who have you talked to there?
I'd have to go back and look at my notes to get names. In fact, actually, I'm not sure I have talked to anybody directly since then, since this session began.
Either you have or you haven't, man.
Oh, no, but look,
You said you did.
please understand, when the letter came out and I was handling redistricting, I requested a copy of their response. I'm trying to think back, excuse me. I know I or my office conferred with them, but I wanted to see a copy of the response. I wanted their opinion on the letter. But in terms of any counsel with regard to this map, the districts, whether it's legal, they have not provided any advice, any counsel at all.
So who did you speak to over there?
If you'll give me a few minutes, I'll ask my staff. It was certainly the litigation team that's on the El Paso trial,
Mr.
because they were
President,
responding to the letter.
I'm glad to take it.
And I'll just be honest, I don't remember the names right now.
Mr. President, I'm glad to take a 30-second, 1 minute, 2 minute break so he can ask his staff. He suggested.
Well, Mr. President, all he needs to know is it's the litigation team that is handling the El Paso case. There's no need to break. But when the DOJ letter came out, we conferred with their office to get a copy of their response. I read their response. I don't think I've talked to anyone over there since then.
But you guys spoken to somebody, the El Paso team, that's your answer today?
But nothing to do with this map, nothing to do with HB4, nothing to do with our redistricting process.
So when we ask them, they're asked in a deposition under oath, because you'll be deposed under oath. Will that be your same answer? Is this the El Paso team, or are we gonna, will that litigation?
Well, I think that's all it would, that's the only ones it could have been. I don't.
You forgot.
Well, that's not a matter of forgetting. It was a very inconsequential discussion.
All right. Okay. Did you speak with Stephen Miller?
I'll be honest with you, I don't remember the names. I'm sorry.
Did you speak with Stephen Miller with the White House?
Oh, that's Stephen Miller. Oh, no, I haven't talked to anybody in the White House. All right, so you're talking about CD 23,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Current 2021 maps.
And under the existing map,
Maverick, just so you know, is down on the border next to
yeah,
it.
no, I know where it's at, right, Eagle Pass.
Yes, sir.
Maverick is divided in Plan C 2333, which is HB4, that's before us, and it's divided, looks like right about at just south of Eagle Pass, maybe.
Yeah, it is. You're right, it's divided. What was the consideration for dividing it?
Looking at 28 next to it, and the fact that they were trying to make efforts to make 28 more compact, I would suspect that it was just a population equalization.
Historically, Maverick County has been kept whole in congressional maps for well over 100 years. Would that surprise you?
No, generally, the smaller population counties historically are not divided, but as they grow in population, it just kind of happens more and more often.
And since you didn't make this decision, I suppose you said the map makers made the decision. Of course, map makers you didn't talk to. How do you think they decided to split Maverick? What was the rationale for it?
Well, my guess is that it was, I mean, just looking at it, 28 is more compact than it is today. 28 in the old map goes way up north into New Braunfels area. In this map, it doesn't go as, in HB4, it does not go as far north. My suspicion is that it's an effort to make it more compact, and splitting Eagle Pass was probably, splitting Maverick was probably just a population rounding. And in fact, they, as you notice also, they brought up, what county is that? With Carrizo Springs, Mid County. That's was brought into 28 as well. So I'm assuming it was just probably just a population equalization.
Okay, all right. So in 2006, after a mid-decade redistricting, also, by the way, with a quorum break, when this legislature split Webb County, that's the adjacent county.
Talking about 2003.
Yes, you're right. How did the Supreme Court, well, 2003, the Supreme Court decision came down in 2006. How did they treat the split of Webb County?
You know, I'm sorry, I don't remember the details. If I remember correctly, Henry Bonilla's district was ordered changed by the court.
Yeah. The court said,
to be honest, that's all I remember because, like you said, that's 20 years ago.
yeah, the United States Supreme Court said the District 23 Latino voters were poised to elect their candidate of choice. They're becoming more politically active with a marked and continuous rise in Spanish surname voter registration. In successive elections, Latinos were voting against Bonilla in greater numbers, and in 2002, they almost ousted him. Webb County, in particular, with a 94% Latino population, spurred the incumbent near defeat with dramatically increased turnout in 2002. They go on. But yet, the people that drew this map that you've not met, that you've not talked to, well, that's not true. That's not true. We now know that you've talked to Adam Kincaid 3 times.
No, you can
laugh all you want.
I've mentioned in the past that I knew Adam Kincaid.
You can laugh all you want. You've been asked by a lot of people in this room.
You're getting way out of line.
I'm not.
No, you're getting way out of line.
I am not getting way out of line.
You haven't been in those committee hearings. You haven't seen or heard what's been stated in those committee hearings.
It's 2000.
You said that yourself.
It's 2025. I can watch you on TV, and by the way, I have.
Members, if we can have order and then ask the question and then answer the question. Don't talk over each other, if you please. Senator King, you have the floor.
Let me ask you this as my last question. Were you aware that you split up the Kickapoo tribe? Were you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware that there's another tribe in West Texas, the Tiguas?
Yes.
Were you aware that you might have split up members of their population as well?
Are you aware of all the counties that are split up in the current map in North Texas?
Oh, I'm aware.
I'm
aware that not only did you do that, I'm aware that this map splits up 444 voter precincts at the block level solely to get at racial bias. That's what I'm aware of. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator King, you recognize.
This map does not violate the VRA or any other legal requirements. Every redistricting map in place today for the state of Texas breaks up voting precincts, divides counties. That's what has to happen when you have rural, urban, and suburban districts. There's nothing racial in the construction of this map. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members of the Senate will stand at ease for 5 minutes. Senate will come to order. Chair recognizes Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. President. And before we go to the next question, I got some of the information that Senator Gutierrez had requested, and I wanted to go ahead and fully answer his questions. He asked about the meeting with the Attorney General's office that was on August the 19th. It was, to be honest, I was having difficulty finding a law firm at that time that didn't have conflicts. And I met with Ryan Kirshner, Will Walsdorf, and Kathleen Hunker, and it was for the purpose of asking if they could serve as our legal counsel if they had the in-house ability to do jingles and other type of analysis that would be appropriate. They discussed it. I later got a call from Brent Webster, who said that they've looked in-house, they do not have that expertise and could not represent me. So for Senator Gutierrez, that was on August 19th. With regard to his questions about Adam Kincaid and his suggestion that I haven't been upfront about that, everybody has known that Adam Kincaid has been involved in the redistricting process since this began. And in fact, the committee had considered a subpoena to bring him to testify. And I sent a formal letter from the committee to Mr. Kincaid inviting him to testify. He has been involved throughout this process. I just don't know the extent to which he has been involved. I know he has been involved in some of the early map drawing. I don't know what role he played in the changes between HB4 and the committee substitute that was passed out as HB4. So everyone knows, Mr. Senator, that he has been involved in this from the beginning. That has been discussed and brought up in committee. I have sent him a letter myself inviting him to testify before the committee. There is nothing that is not transparent in this process. If you want to know what his specific roles have been, you probably need to have asked the House about that during their committees or had someone asking in their floor debate. I do not know the specifics of his involvement. I just wanted to clarify that. So thank you.
July, not August.
Oh, I said August 19th. I meant July 19th. I'm sorry, my apologies. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Well, and I don't want to belabor any points here. I just have one question since he's brought back this information. First off, thank you.
Senator King, do you yield?
Yes.
It's really just one question. Thank you, Senator King, and thank you for giving us that information. I don't know because I am fallible too, but I'm pretty sure because it was so important to me then. When we laid out the rules on the first special session, I mentioned Mr. Kincaid, and you said you'd never spoke to him. Now, I'm going to go back at the record at the different times of the different hearings where other people have asked you that. But it's just, I remember myself specifically asking you about him. But I thank you now for giving us this information.
Senator King?
I don't recall that conversation, but if I said that, it would have been an error. And I've mentioned the 3 times I've spoken to him.
Chair recognizes Senator Eckhart. For what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Senator King, do you yield?
Certainly.
Thank you so much, Senator King. Back when we were discussing the rules in the first special, we discussed your hiring of a law firm. Do you recall telling this body who you anticipated the law firm would be representing?
I probably said they would be representing me as the chair of the committee.
Do you remember answering a question about whether or not the law firm would be representing you as the chair of the committee or you as a Republican.
I don't recall the question. I know at that point we were just setting up the committee and there were a lot of questions at that point, but I assume I would have said that the law firm would be representing me. Now, if I wasn't sure at that time, I may have answered a little more vaguely, but that's the way it has worked out.
So
Contract was with me.
does Baker Hofstetler represent you in your individual capacity?
No, in my capacity as the chair of the committee.
So you have stated your 3 goals for this redistricting. Would you again restate them? I know it's repetitive.
Sure. The first goal was that it be a legal map, be able to withstand legal muster, that it be legal and with regard to all applicable law. Second, that it improve the performance, improve Republican performance of Republican candidates for congressional office. And the third, which actually came up during the hearings, was that it would improve compactness.
And of those 3 goals, rank them in order.
Well, I really put them in order then. The first one was that it be legal, because there's no value in doing this if it's not to begin with, and we certainly don't want to do anything that's illegal. So the most important is that it be legal. The second, that it accomplished the objective of creating some congressional districts that would lean more Republican than the current map. And the third was that we could, if we could, try to improve the compactness quotient.
And in fact, you can't make this map lean maximally Republican and have it be legal, correct?
I actually don't know the answer to that. I haven't tried to do it.
Sure you do.
No, I really don't.
Sure you do.
I can only,
Make the entire map Republican?
that would probably be very difficult because we have so many committed Democrat voters.
Could you maximize the number of Republican seats mathematically?
What do you mean by maximize?
Well, could you take the voting age population and look at just the election results and maximize your Republican seats? Mathematically.
You could probably try to create more seats that lean Republican, but because we have a large number of Democrat voters in the states, you would probably make those new districts thinner and thinner and thinner, and it would be less likely that they would actually elect a Republican.
But if you were to mathematically maximize your number of Republican seats, you would almost certainly run afoul of the Voting Rights Act, correct?
I've never thought about that. I don't know how to create any more Republican seats without making the seats we have drawn. These 5 new seats, these are very competitive seats. I'm not sure
And we're going to
Republicans
talk about
win
how
them.
competitive those seats are.
If you tried to make it 10, they'd be
I'm asking
thinner.
the questions, so.
You're right, you're asking them, but I'm trying to answer them, so.
I don't think it was responsive for you to tell me how many competitive seats there are. What I asked you was, you could maximize the number of Republican seats mathematically, but you are constrained by the Voting Rights Act in doing so, correct?
I've actually never thought through that. I'm not sure that's a valid question. So I don't know the answer to that hypothetical.
It is your contention that the 2021 maps that are currently in litigation are legal under the VRA, correct?
I haven't personally seen anything that suggests otherwise.
Why didn't you use the same law firm that Senator Huffman used in drawing those maps, which you have not seen any reason to believe are infirm under the Voting Rights Act?
Which law firm was that?
I don't recall, actually, but it was not Baker Hofstetler.
We interviewed a number of them that, and they had already been hired by other parties, the House and others. And I don't know whether I interviewed who she used or not.
It never crossed your mind, though, to use the same law firm that drew the maps that you believe are not questionable under the VRA.
I know that the Attorney General's office did more of an analytical process, did more of a legal assist previously because they had different staff. And I believe those were involved in the 2021 process. I know I was looking for a firm that could do everything, that could provide the legal counsel as well as to do the statistical, the jingles analysis, that type of thing. And I interviewed a number of firms. I actually thought I'd hired one at one point, and then they backed out because we the funding, we never got to an agreement on that. There was another one, a conflict arose at the last minute. Then another one, a conflict arose. And because interestingly, they had at one time done some work for the Redistricting Trust. And so, I mean, it's a pretty small universe. And then we found this wonderful firm. They had just finished a case. We were very fortunate to have got them when we did.
Now, you have testified that you did not, well, actually, you just testified in your rehabilitation that you had spoken with the Attorney General's office in July 19th, looking for in-house counsel, but that they had responded that they could not represent you.
No, that's not correct. I went to them because I was having difficulty finding a firm. And I know that in previous cycles, they had provided the jingles analysis and things like that. And so in trying to narrow down what I might need from a law firm, I spoke with them and said, can you provide those services? They have, as you know, they've got kind of a new team over there. They got back with me later and said, we no longer have anyone in-house who can provide those type of services.
Did you ever ask for the Attorney General's analysis of either the 2021 map or either of the two maps that have been produced in this mid-decade redistricting?
No, we did request, at the committee's request, we did ask for the Attorney General's office to send us all the pleadings and all the court documents from the El Paso trial. And that was, we got it actually that day as one of the early hearings. We distributed it to all the committee members.
Did you ask for the Attorney General's RPVA analysis?
I don't recall. I know we just asked for all the court filings on the El Paso case. And that was at the request of one of the Democrat members of the committee.
Did you ask for the ecological inference analysis, the regression?
I did not know.
But you're aware that RPVA and EI are standard analyses.
And that may have been part of what they produced for us. I don't know. It was a pretty big file. It was a digital file they transmitted.
So you've previously testified that you don't know who drew this map that's before us today.
No, I've said that I know Adam Kincaid has been involved in the process throughout. I don't know at all times to what extent he was involved in it. I know that the House made some changes. You'd have to ask them who all drew up those changes. I'm assuming some of them were in-house because they were local. They were El Paso and Navarro changes. But I think that's an accurate and thorough answer.
So those are assumptions you're comfortable with making.
Well, yes, I'm interested in the final product.
Okay. So now that, and of course, Senator Gutierrez is a tough act to follow after he interrogates you and finds out that you've spoken to Kincaid 3 times as recently as Monday.
Well, it wasn't anything big to find out. He just had to ask.
I'm so glad that he asked again, because we've got a significantly different answer than we've gotten in the past.
No, I don't believe that's correct.
So in your discussions with Adam Kincaid or anyone else who is involved in drawing the maps, what data did they use to constrain their Republican performance analysis?
I haven't asked that question.
What data did they look at with regard to their analysis?
I haven't asked that question either.
What data was on their computer screen as they considered different lines?
I wasn't there. I have no idea.
Did your lawyer interview the map drawer with regard to what data constraints they were utilizing?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know.
Did your lawyer discuss with the map drawer's goals with regard to the constraints?
I've never asked that question. I don't know.
And what data did they use to achieve those goals?
Did who use?
The map drawer.
I don't know the answer to that.
Did you tell your law firm that your 3 goals were Republican performance, legality, and compactness, or did they tell you those were the goals?
I told them that those were my goals.
How did you determine that the goal of Republican performance had been met?
When I reviewed HB4, and it had 5 new districts that leaned Republican, and that didn't lean a great distance Republican, but leaned Republican, I considered that to be a worthy goal.
So the 5 seats was the goal that was set for you, yes?
Nobody has ever told me, Phil, we want to get X number of seats, ever.
Did you ever read in the newspaper that Donald Trump had a goal of getting 5 new Republican seats out of the Texas map?
I am aware of that.
Isn't it a coincidence that it would be his goal and your goal to get exactly 5?
All I can tell you is I have not talked to the president or anybody in his administration. When I looked at HB 5, my personal conclusion was, as I looked at the partisan performance of both parties, I would have been concerned to try to take it any thinner in creating additional districts.
So how did you determine that your goal, that the map was legal, was met?
Because I employed counsel that we had a lot of confidence in based on their experience. After interviews with them, after looking at their team's resumes, looking at all they had done, I felt like I could have complete confidence in them. And I asked them to look at each map that we were looking at as session 1 and 2 progressed and tell me whether or not they believed that it met all requirements of the law. And I have relied upon that counsel.
So you are relying upon their word that the map is legal?
As any attorney's opinion, I'm relying upon their legal opinion.
And how did you determine that the goal of compactness was met?
Well, compactness is never completely met because of the size of our state and the fact that we have so many dense urban areas and so many rural areas that are not dense. So you're always going to have maps that are drawn oddly, but there are a couple of well-established measurements for determining compactness, and using those, they determined that several districts in HB4 were more compact than the same districts under the 2021 map. So that leads me to believe that the map is more compact today than the existing map.
So did you look at case law for legal tests regarding compactness?
Well, I'm aware through counsel of the standard tests that are used for proving up compactness in court. And those are the measures that they used to compare the existing district to the proposed district.
Are you saying that you are relying on their word that the goal of compactness has been met?
Yeah, I'm relying on their report to me of their analysis of those districts. And I went over those districts specifically when I was doing the early layout.
So I'd like to look at Travis County just for a moment, because that's the county I know best. You've testified that you didn't look at racial data because you don't think it's appropriate, right?
Yes, and because I think that when your goal is partisan performance, that's what you look at. It's just a lot simpler to look at where Republicans are and where Democrats are.
I think you specifically said, though, you didn't believe that looking at racial data was appropriate.
No, because it makes things very complex, because the law is very complex, and robust, I think, is the term I used. And it's very simple to look at what is very well-established protocol for drawing maps, which is partisan performance.
You also have testified that you didn't look at CVAP, citizen voter age population.
I did not look at those estimates.
And why did you not look at CVAP?
Well, because CVAP is very problematic because it is not true census data. It is an annual estimate, and we're required to draw the maps based on the 2020 census data.
So it was your belief that you specifically should not look at CVAP or at racial data, that it would be wrong for you to look at CVAP or racial data?
Now, upon advice of counsel, yes.
And this was advice of Baker Hofstetler that you should not look at racial data or CVAP?
Yes.
But Baker Hofstetler looked at racial data and CVAP, right?
You have to look at that to make a jingles analysis and do other determinations.
So when they were looking at Republican performance, did they look at presidential performance or senatorial U.S. Senate elections performance?
I think primarily presidential.
Did they look at it at the district level, the precinct level, or the census tract level?
Really, I think they looked at the voting results primarily for the 2024 election.
But did they look at the voting results at the district level, the precinct level, or the census tract level? Or all three?
I don't know the answer to that.
Did they look at the racial demography of the results by district, precinct, or census?
I don't know the answer to that.
Now, you have presumed that some changes were made between Hunter's initial map and the next map, which you adopted, correct?
Well, I'm not presuming, it's self-evident. The first map is different from the second map.
But you've made some presumptions as to why.
Yes, I haven't inquired of Chairman Hunter as to why, but I'm guessing they had somebody that wanted the El Paso change, as we had already told them we were fine with. They wanted, somebody wanted the Navarro change, I'm assuming over there, maybe Cody Harris, it's his district, I think. And all I can tell you is that CD9 performs as a Republican district better now than it did under the filed HB4.
And you feel comfortable making those presumptions as to why the map changed?
I don't have to make any presumptions. I'm just looking at the map that was sent over by the House and evaluating it, and it meets all three of my goals: that it be legal, that it hopefully elect more Republicans, and that it improve compactness. I don't have to make any assumptions, presumptions, or guesses or anything. I can look at the map, and the map speaks for itself.
But you have made presumptions about why it changed, and you're comfortable with that.
Well, I mean, common sense tells you that since we had testimony about moving Bliss back into 16, they probably had to. And since Bob Hall had at one time even prepared a floor amendment to combine Navarro, Cody Harris or somebody was probably doing the same thing that represents East Texas. So that's just kind of common sense.
I agree.
And looking at CD9's improved performance, I'm assuming that someone looked at it and thought, hey, we can make it a better Republican performing district if we move it into Liberty County.
Isn't it also common sense to presume that race was a necessary constraint in drawing these maps?
I think, well, without question, compliance with the VRA and the Constitution as a whole was an overriding requirement for creating a legal map.
What was the specific purpose in creating a CD 35 with a Hispanic citizen voting age population of 51.6%?
I haven't looked at that racial data, so I can't answer that.
Sure you can. What was the purpose of a Hispanic district at 51.6%?
I've already answered that.
Is your answer that you don't know?
Yes.
So you don't know why the population, the Hispanic population in that district, which is currently at higher than 51.6%, went down to 51.6?
No, I haven't looked at any racial data.
But your law firm and whoever drew the map did, correct?
They did whatever was appropriate to determine if the map complied with the VRA and other applicable law.
So your testimony is it would not be appropriate for you to look at race, but it was appropriate for the law firm and the map drawer to look at race.
To be able to report to me that the map would withstand court review, it would have been necessary for them to do jingles and other similar analyses.
What role did the metric of Hispanic citizen voting age population play in the creation of this new CD 35?
Again, I haven't looked at racial data. I can't answer that.
The goal, though, was to make CD 35 lean Republican, correct?
Correct.
So why not make it lean Republican by 20 points? Because you could.
Well, I don't know if you could or not.
Sure you could.
Well, you're guessing now too.
No, actually, I'm not. Why didn't you make it lean more Republican? What made you stop at 51.6% Hispanic?
Again, I haven't drawn this map. I have adopted this map as mine when it came over from the House as passed. It meets my three goals. I'm presenting it to the body. It's the body's choice whether or not this becomes law, whether or not it becomes the next map. That's a decision for the Senate as a whole. It's my recommendation that this is legal, that it has 5 seats that now lean significantly more Republican than they did before, and that it also improves compactness.
But
And
now
I
you
think-
couldn't make CD 35 lean any more Republican because you would have to dismantle a Hispanic Opportunity District, correct?
I haven't looked at that. I don't know.
Well, then why didn't you make it lean more Republican?
Well, because I'm satisfied with the way the map is today. I am also cognizant of the limited amount of time that we have in special sessions. And it's not prudent on my part to try to create amendments and then begin the process of going back and forth in conference committees when we're on such a short timetable. I believe this is an excellent map for the goals of legality, of partisanship performance, benefit, which I wasn't initially pursuing, of making it a little bit more compact. And to me, it is a reasonable measure to recommend to the Senate today that they approve this map.
Why can't you admit that making CD 35 more Republican would have dismantled the appearance of a Hispanic Opportunity District? You could not take it below 51%, could you?
Honestly, Senator, can't answer that without looking at racial data, and I haven't looked at any racial data.
And why didn't you look at racial data? Because you were told not to, right? That was your testimony.
No, nobody has told me not to.
Actually, just moments ago, probably 5 minutes ago, you said that you were counseled not to look at racial data.
No. The advice of counsel was that it's not necessary.
Not necessary for you, but it was necessary for them.
Let me finish, please. The advice of counsel was, that it's not necessary for me to look at racial data to determine that this map will perform better for Republicans.
Because your metric is 5 more seats. That's your metric for showing that it performs better for Republicans.
Oh, I would prefer it had 7, but I think 5 is very reasonable at this point in the process.
And if you had gone for 7, you would have mathematically violated the Voting Rights Act because you would have dismantled minority opportunity districts to do it, correct?
I have no idea if that's true. Common sense tells me if I would go mathematically, I'm probably going to be thinning out some other Republican districts. But I haven't tried to draw a map with 7 or 10 or 8 Republican districts in it. This map has been presented by the House. I think it's a good map. I've been told it's legal. I've looked at the data with regard to political performance. I think those 5 seats that we would have a reasonable chance of prevailing as Republicans in them. And I think it's more compact. And so I think it's a good map. I'm not a redistricting lawyer, but I have found no need throughout this entire process, from the first day I was asked if I would chair the committee, I have found no need to look at racial data. I have had no desire to look at racial data.
And it's actually
all I've wanted to do is to make sure that any map I recommended was legal.
Again, you do not find it appropriate for you to look at racial data, but you recognize that your law firm and the map drawer had to look at racial data in order to analyze under Jingles.
Yes.
Now, with regard to compactness, you are aware that about 1/3 of Travis County's population is Latino, correct?
I have not looked at that, but I certainly take your word.
And you're aware that Travis County on the whole is just under 50% white population, correct?
If you say so, then it certainly is.
And that it has historic communities of both Latino and Black citizenry in its eastern edge, and some coalition and crossover district precincts in its northern edge, correct?
I'm not aware of that, but if you say so, I'll take your word.
Do you consider it compact that Round Rock is in a district that is thin to grab Round Rock and then goes all the way to Johnson County, just south of Tarrant County?
Well, as I said, throughout the entire state of Texas, there are districts that pick up, I've got,
It right here.
yeah,
It is a tiny little tail, a tiny little sliver to pick up Round Rock, and then goes all the way up to just south of Tarrant County. Does that look compact to you? That tiny little sliver up there? That's the pink sliver
there are,
that grabs Cedar Park and Round Rock and then goes up to just south of Tarrant County.
I see that. And I don't know why that sliver is there. I don't know if it's a particular community or something of that nature. I did not draw the map. I am not the map drawer. But what I will tell you is if you look at the current map, including the House and Senate maps, all across the state, you find where you have to reach into urban areas, grab population, and move those into more urban and suburban areas to get the population that's required for one person, one vote.
And would you think that the more racially diverse population paired with the majority white rural population is the reason for that?
Again, I'm not the map drawer and I have not looked at any racial data. You're asking me questions that I can't answer.
Because you have chosen not to look at the data that was available to you, correct?
Because my goal was to draw a map that elected more Republicans and was legal. And I believe this map meets both of those goals.
What about this next little sliver underneath here, this little thin blue line? That picks up Pflugerville, also a just barely or if just under white population. Pflugerville's actually arguably more racially diverse than the city of Austin. Its district, which is CD 11, goes all the way out to Midland. Would you consider that compact?
Again, you can find examples of difficulty in compiling population in districts all across this state. And I suggest you could go page to page and you can find things to point out. But at the end of the day, when roughly only about 14% of Texans live west of I-35, and that includes the large cities like Wichita Falls and Amarillo and Lubbock and Midland, Odessa, and even El Paso, which is 1 million people for the county, and Abilene. Even with large cities like that in San Angelo, it's only about 14% of the population. And then east of I-35 is only about 8.5 or 9% of the state population. And the rest of it is settled within that triangle, that I-35-45 triangle. And so when you've got to put 1 million people together for a Senate seat, or 190-some thousand for a House seat, or 766,000 for a U.S. congressional seat, you have no choice but to combine rural and suburban and urban areas. And it is, in fact, the rare exception when a congressional seat or a Senate seat is wholly contained within an urban area. In North Texas, at least on the Tarrant County side, there's only one. And that's, actually, there's none that are congressional districts. There is one Senate district. It is, you have to reach out into those areas.
Are you done with your dissertation?
No, I'm done with my answer.
So let's talk about the traditional African-American settlement area of Travis County, which is the eastern side of Travis County. Traditional freedman colonies that go back to the Civil War. Would you consider it communities, acknowledging communities of interests and compactness to take a community like Manor or Weberville, for instance? Weberville actually is named for a white doctor who was married to a black woman who moved here to start a freedman's colony. Weberville is now in Congressional District 27 that goes down to Aransas Pass. Is that compact?
It is as compact as many congressional districts around the state are today.
But it is Republican performing, isn't it?
I'd have to look at which district number is it?
This would be Congressional District 27.
I'd have to look and see.
I can tell you it is Republican performing. Let's go specifically to the issue that you don't feel it's appropriate for you to look at racial data, which is available to you. But your lawyer and the map drawer had to look at racial data, which you agree with, correct?
I don't know what the map drawer looked at.
You do know that the map drawer looked at racial data.
No, you're wanting me to answer you accurately, Senator, and I don't know what they looked at. I know what I have looked at.
You said that you and your attorneys reviewed these maps in light of Jingles factors, did you not?
I said that I instructed my legal counsel to review this map in light of all applicable redistricting law, and Jingles is one of the standard tests, right?
And you know that Jingles requires an analysis of the racial performance of these districts.
Yes.
So
What?
you must concede that your lawyers and the map drawer looked at race to draw these maps.
I can't testify to what somebody did, the map drawer, that I haven't talked to or asked what they did.
If you are confident it's legal under Jingles, you must concede that they looked at
Senator,
race.
you're asking me to make jumps that I'm just not going to make. I haven't asked the map
Court
drawer.
specified three
Now you're interrupting
preconditions that a
me.
minority group must prove to succeed on a vote dilution claim.
Members, a reminder, this is not a courtroom, and then that we ask the questions.
I am quoting Jingles.
If Senator,
I'm not,
Senator, we one at a time, if you please, ask the questions and the other senator will respond, and we'll keep it nice and civil. Senator Eckhart,
First,
you're recognized, Senator Eckhart.
the minority group must be able to demonstrate that it is a sufficiently large and geographically compact to constitute a majority in a reasonably configured single-member district. Second, the minority group must be able to show that it is politically cohesive. And third, the minority must be able to demonstrate that the white majority votes sufficiently as a bloc to enable it to defeat the minority's preferred candidate. How would one determine if the Jingles test had been met, if the law firm and the map drawer didn't look at race?
I'm trying to answer you accurately, and you're asking me to make statements that I don't know. I have no personal knowledge of what, and I'm assuming there may have been multiple map drawers. I don't know. But I have no personal knowledge of what any of the map drawers looked at. I could guess, but I'm not going to tell you unless I know.
But you have
Please let me finish. I do know that my legal counsel would have had to look at Jingles. You read through the three elements of Jingles. I do know that they would have had to use that and the underlying data that goes with that to be able to come back to me and say, this map is legal.
So the law firm had to look at race in order to give you an opinion upon which you could rely.
They would have had to follow whatever protocol is required by Jingles, which obviously that includes looking at a broad range of data, and racial is part of it, sure.
Now, you have repeatedly testified, you've been steadfast in saying that you did not look at race and you did not look at CVAT. The map and the spreadsheets on our desk this morning when we walked in include CVAP. But you didn't look at them,
No,
and you never have looked at CVAP.
never. And I didn't prepare those documents either.
Earlier, you said that Representative Hunter drew the map, and you liked the map, and so you are now sponsoring it.
Sorry, would you repeat that?
That Representative Hunter drew the map, that you liked the map, the new one, as it was adjusted, and then you adopted it and are sponsoring it today.
I don't know if Representative Hunter, I doubt he physically drew the map.
And you've testified that you didn't see the map that's before us today until the 18th.
Or say that again.
You testified earlier today that you had not seen the map that's before us today until it was made available to the public at the hearing in the House on the 18th.
Yes, I actually don't think that was the first day it was available, yes.
And you did not see it before then.
No,
Now, you have testified both that
and actually this isn't testimony, this is Q&A on the Senate floor.
you have shared with us that your first knowledge of the map that's before us today was when the lawyers in the House sent it to your chief of staff on the 18th.
I don't think they sent it. I think that they called my chief and said, we just got a call from the House counsel and be aware there's going to be an amended map put out.
And you have also shared with us that Adam called you and said there were differences in the map.
Yes. Interestingly, at the same time.
Coincidentally?
I have no idea. I just thought it was interesting that he called at the same time, because when I hung up, I picked up my phone and called my chief of staff and said, are you aware of any new map? And she said, you just got a call.
Just wanted to give you a heads up.
No, he was actually looking for a contact with someone with the House.
Did you watch the House hearing?
I listened to a little bit of it, but it was sporadic.
Did you hear the portion where...
In fact, let me correct that. I'm not sure I listened to any of the hearing. The hearing on Monday, when they laid it out, yes, I listened to parts of it.
And did you listen to any of the floor layout on Wednesday?
Very, very little. I was busy both those days, and I just kind of flipped it on a few times and flipped it off.
During the committee hearing, as well as during the floor layout, Representative Hunter repeatedly refers to the CVAP, the Hispanic CVAP and the Black CVAP.
Okay.
So is it your testimony that it was not, is it your sharing with us, that it's not appropriate for you to look at race data, but it is appropriate for Representative Hunter to look at race data?
You know, all I can tell you, it wasn't necessary for me to look at race data to decide whether I wanted to carry this map and whether I thought it was a good map for the state of Texas and whether I thought it was legal. It's not been necessary for me to, appropriate to is another word, it's just not been necessary for me to look at racial data.
But it was somehow necessary for your colleague in the House to look at it, Representative Hunter?
You know, I can't answer for him, and you need to ask him questions like that. But for me, you know, once a map is drawn, I felt like my job was to make sure it was a legal map. I very simply had our legal counsel review it. They came back and said, yes, it is legal. And then I looked at what districts it enhanced from a partisan perspective. It enhances these 5. And then, oh, by the way, the changes they made improve compactness.
How many maps did you ask your law firm to scrub?
I looked at each one that the House initially filed.
How many was that?
Oh, wow, they originally filed HB4 the first session. And then when they got stalled, I filed it as SB4, same map. And then they filed HB4 in the second session. And then they filed the committee substitute for HB4 in the second session. So I guess it was technically 3 maps.
So technically 3 maps that your law firm needed to take a look at under a jingles analysis, which by definition requires that they look at race.
Yes, I mean, if doing a legal analysis, I mean, the map is drawn. They're going to do it. I've asked them to tell me if it's legal, if it's got any VRA problems or anything else. And they did their analysis, yes.
Now, you had said that you're not an expert in redistricting law, and so you hired an expert in redistricting law. That makes all the sense in the world. You also said it's no different than hiring a real estate lawyer to handle a real estate transaction because you're not an expert in real estate law, correct?
Well, maybe one of the best metaphor, but it's what came to mind at the time.
Sure. So if you hire a real estate lawyer and they do something that's illegal, you're liable, aren't you?
Well, not necessarily.
No, not
That's what they have
necessarily.
malpractice for.
But if you had the information available to you and you chose not to look at it,
Then I'd be being fraudulent.
yes.
Are you accusing me of being fraudulent?
What I'm suggesting is that you are willfully not looking at important information about whether this map is a racial gerrymander.
And my response is, and it has been all day, that for me, this was the simplest process. The House produced a map. I asked our counsel to look at it and make sure it was a lawful map. And they have reported to me that it is a legal map. And apparently the House counsel came to the same conclusion. So now that I know the map is lawful, does it perform better for Republicans? And it does. And it also helped a little bit with compactness. Y'all are trying to make complicated what, from my perspective, has been very, very simple. We checked to make sure it was legal, the map that the House sent over, it is. I checked to make sure it performed better for Republicans, it does. And it's more compact. This has been a very simple process for me that y'all are trying to make very, very difficult for reasons that I believe have nothing to do with what we're doing here today.
The law firm represented your goal to get 5 Republican seats, correct?
No, they represented me in my request, and my request was, tell me if this map is legal.
Who represented, who executed, who was your agent to get 5 Republican seats?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by that question.
Well, you've testified that you didn't draw the map. You've testified that you didn't look at the racial data required to make sure that the map met legal muster. You've testified that you were not directly involved in the statistical analysis because it's beyond your capabilities. So you had someone or a firm or people to execute on the goal of 5 Republican seats.
Senator, I'm sorry, but you see conspiracies and long tails where there are none.
I don't
This
think
is the
you
Senate.
testified that was your goal.
No, this is the Senate.
Senator Eckhart, if you would, this is not a trial. Again, I'm going to remind you that this is questions and answers. and is not testimony. This is not a courtroom. This is the floor of the Senate. And if you would please refrain from calling testimony, because it's not, and allow him to answer the questions, and he will respond to yours.
You have shared with us that your goal was to get 5 Republican seats.
That is not what I've said. I've said my goal was to improve political performance for Republicans so that more Republicans could hopefully be elected. This has been a very simple, non-conspiratorial, non-confusing process, like with hundreds of bills in our regular session. The House passes something out, they send it over to us. It looked like a good bill to me. I had our attorneys double check it to make sure it was legal. I look at it, it looks like it's going to make at least 5 districts more competitive. It added to compactness, which was something that came up in the public hearings. It's totally within our normal practice for me as a senator to say, yes, I like this bill. I'm going to be the sponsor.
It's totally within our normal practice to rely on experts, correct?
Sure, we do it all the time.
Will you share with the rest of the body your experts' analysis of this map,
I've given it to you. They said it is legal with all respects.
including their linear regression on ecological regression, including their racial polarization analysis?
I have not requested those documents from them, and I haven't reviewed any similar documents.
But they have done those analyses, and you know it. So would you instruct them to share them with us?
I have the highest level of confidence that they have taken all steps necessary to determine that this map meets the VRA and all other applicable law. I have confidence in them. They have assured me that is the case.
You know, I always like the term trust but verify. I believe that Senator West actually raised that term. So I will try one more time. Will you instruct the law firm that you hired to share with us the RPVA and the ecological inference analysis that they most certainly did in order to determine whether or not this map complies with the Voting Rights Act?
Counselor, you understand privilege law and the waiver of privilege law as well as I do. Now, those type of things will be available if and when this case goes to litigation, and I'm sure it will. We're already told that there's steps being done to do that. Those things will be available in the normal process for receiving experts' information. And, but I'm not going to stand up here, and you wouldn't either, and waive any attorney-client privilege.
It is convenient that the experts that you are utilizing to draw maps of the state of Texas are under attorney-client privilege to you and you alone. Thank you for answering my questions.
And to my knowledge, that's the way it has always been for anyone carrying a redistricting bill.
Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Just a point of clarification with the chairman.
Senator King, do you yield?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, you recall, I'm assuming now that you recall being asked if you knew or ever talked to Adam Kincaid in our hearings. Is that correct? Do you recall
I know we've
those?
talked about Adam Kincaid several times in the hearings.
Right. And do you recall your answer when you were asked if you knew or talked to Adam Kincaid? And I'm assuming that's why you're telling, well, do you recall your answer?
I've been asked no, I don't recall any specific. I can tell you that to the best of my recollection today, I think he and I have talked 3 times.
So you have talked to Adam Kincaid?
Yes, I said that earlier today.
And what's your most recent time you've talked to Adam Kincaid?
Last Monday, he called me looking for a contact.
Last Monday. Okay. So that's because we were asked, you were asked multiple times in the committee.
So,
and you volunteered the fact that you never talked to Adam Kincaid.
I don't think I've said anything incorrect in the hearing. If I have, it was an error.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Chairman, that
Yeah,
you
thank
have
you. And
spoken
I
to.
went over those 3 occasions,
That you,
sir, with Senator Gutierrez a few moments ago.
thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Senator King moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 4. There is objection. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
18 ayes, 11 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4. The secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4, relating to the composition of the districts for the election of members of the United States House of Representatives from the state of Texas.
Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 1 by Zavarini.
Senator Zaffarini recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, modern technology has made map drawing more precise than ever, increasing the potential for partisan advantage or discrimination. These advances also provide an opportunity for an independent redistricting commission to leverage data and tools to create fairer, more equitable maps that better reflect Texas communities. This amendment would establish a bipartisan Texas Redistricting Commission and transfer responsibilities for redistricting congressional districts from the legislature to the commission. The commission would comprise 2 members chosen by House Democrats, 2 by House Republicans, 2 by Senate Democrats, 2 by Senate Republicans, and 1 independent member chosen by those 8. Members would serve 3-year terms beginning February 1st of the year following the census. The commission would meet the first business day in February following the census year and could vote to terminate their terms early and dissolve following the adoption of all redistricting plans. The legislature would fund the commission's operations while granting a data access and support from the Texas Legislative Council. The commission would adopt its own rules and approve each redistricting plan by at least 5 votes by November 15th after the census year. If it didn't, the Texas Supreme Court would adopt a plan by December 30th with all approved plans submitted to state leaders. Aggrieved persons could challenge a redistricting plan by petition to the Texas Supreme Court. If a final judgment in state or federal court invalidated all or part of the plan or otherwise made it unenforceable, the commission would reconvene to modify and adopt a new plan. The redistricting plan would be required as practicable under with nearly equal populations. Each adopted redistricting plan would be required to include a report to the Secretary of State detailing district populations and deviations, criteria and justifications, district maps, commission expenditures, and related materials, and the report would be made public. This article would take effect January 1st, 2030. Members establishing a redistricting commission would reduce the opportunity for gerrymandering and improve voters' confidence in our democratic process. Senator Jeff Wentworth, a Republican from San Antonio, first filed a redistricting commission bill in 1993, and Senators Menendez, West, Johnson, and I have done so since. In fact, I filed 6 Senate bills and 7 Senate joint resolutions across 3 regular and 5 special previous legislative sessions, but they've never received a hearing. With redistricting being such an important decision, an independent commission would make the redistricting process more fair. Given this need and justification, I hope it is acceptable to the author.
How California does it, 2-2-2-2.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Question to the author of the amendment, Mr. President.
Do you yield?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Zaffarini. And Senator, I appreciate the acknowledgement of the work that many of us have done on this. I really appreciate you bringing this amendment forward because You've reviewed the maps that have been presented to us today.
Yes,
And you currently represent a district that goes all the way from Laredo to Travis County, correct?
my senatorial district,
Your
yes.
senatorial district. Have you seen what this map does to Travis County in terms of its congressional representation?
I certainly have, and I asked questions about it, and so did Senator Eckhart.
So one of the things that was mentioned as a goal earlier today, and you brought it up as well, is compactness. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Would it surprise you to know that out of Travis County, I think it's at least three of its districts started Travis County. One goes all the way down to Corpus. The other one goes all the way down to almost the edge with New Mexico. I think it's past Midland, Ector County. And then one goes from Travis County to Polk County in East Texas. Those three range in distance from 218 miles to 357 miles apart. Does that sound compact to you?
It does not sound compact, and it surprised me when I saw it.
It seems that compactness is a matter of convenience, but your amendment is one where you think that instead of the politicians drawing the lines and picking their voters, you want an independent commission of people taking everything into account and drawing maps to represent the community.
That is correct, and many of us have tried. Certainly, the person who tried hardest, as far as I know, was Senator Jeff Wentworth. He really worked at it mightily. Again, he was a Republican from San Antonio. He first filed a bill in 1993, and then you have filed several bills, I believe 5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
And I have, Senator West has, Senator Johnson has.
And I don't think any of them ever have received a hearing.
Never.
I want to thank you for bringing this forward. I think that if these maps become law and you live in that part of Travis County and you know that your congressional representative might be from Midland, you might lose the interest in going because that person may not relate to the issues that are important to you in Travis County.
That's exactly right. And believe me, Senator, I understand the issue. And during the 1990s redistricting, at one point, my district from Laredo was redrawn all the way to El Paso, 615 miles away. New Orleans is closer to Laredo than El Paso. Yet for 2 years, I represented part of El Paso.
Wow. Well, thank you for bringing the amendment forward. I see that you have quite a few co-authors, and I think it's an excellent amendment. And I mean, if for nothing else, to save future chairs of redistricting, if we had your amendment, we wouldn't have to do this ourselves. The commission would do it, and then people could have confidence and faith that politicians weren't picking their voters, that the voters would get to select and elect their politicians.
Well, we've never had a hearing, but at least we have some floor attention today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, man. Thank you, Senator, for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Senator Johnson, what purpose?
Statement on the bill?
Statement on the bill, that would be,
Are we not there yet?
we're on an amendment.
Oh, no. That's not really on.
Okay. Senator Zaffarini, I thought when you spoke, everyone hung on every word. And Senator Johnson didn't know it wasn't your amendment.
I'm so disappointed.
I know. Okay. Well, that would have still been too soon. Yeah, it's on third and final passage. You make your statements. Senator King on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Dean Zaffarini, the Redistricting Commission is always a very, very interesting discussion. It's been brought up in the legislature many times, although I'm not sure this is germane to this bill, but I'm not calling a point of order on that. I also wonder if it requires a constitutional amendment, which I'm not sure for. But the larger question is that this is a really substantial change in how Texas operates. And I think it's more appropriate that it be brought up in a standalone bill during the next regular session where it can be considered in hearing and where we can hear from all the interested stakeholders and constituents on that, because it is such a substantial change to our process. I know that in talking to other states, I know in some places it's worked out well. In others, it has not at all. It's just become another political problem. And so with that, I would respectfully oppose the motion with the suggestion that it be brought up next session for a full discussion before the legislature.
Secretary will call the roll. Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
11 ayes and 18 nays, the amendment fails. You're recognized for passage to engrossment.
So moved.
Third reading. It's a House bill. Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
18 ayes, 11 nays, the bill passes the third reading. We'll hold there.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for the long day. Thankfully, not snarkily. Thank you for being patient with me.
Members, following bills and resolutions on first reading and reference to committee, Secretary will read the bills and resolutions.
House Bill 1 relating to youth camp and campground emergency preparedness to the Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding. House Bill 3 relating to the inoperability of emergency communication equipment and infrastructure in this state to the Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding. House Bill 20 relating to certain measures to prevent and reduce fraudulent charitable solicitations and theft during disasters to the Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding. House Bill 22 relating the authority of the controller to provide funding for the deployment and operation of certain emergency communication equipment to the Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding.
Members, if everyone can take their seats, we have a memorial adjournment today. The chair recognizes the Senate for a highly privileged motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, before I move to adjourn for the day to reconvene later, I yield to Senator King for a memorial statement.
Senator King.
Thank you. I have a very, very dear friend whose funeral is today, and I was unable to make the gathering, the celebration of his life, because we're all here today. Good friend Robbie Hollier. Our kids grew up together. We've been going to church together for, I don't know, since the early 80s. Wonderful man. Suffered quite a bit the last few years. His family has suffered along with him. They are wonderful people. He's with the Lord. I couldn't be here today, but I thought it would be a neat thing if I could tell his family that we adjourn today in the memory of Robbie Hollier.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Zaffirini.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move that the Senate adjourn until 5:45 today, August 22nd, in memory of Robert Hollier, constituent of Senator King.
Any objection? Hearing none. The Senate stands adjourned until 5:45. Thank you, members. Members will resume when we have more members on the floor.